Alright, hello everybody, welcome to Visions of Mana. I'm Aeshmah and I'm going to be running this wonderful game for you. As far as I'm aware, this might actually be the first time it is being shown, at least during an English-speaking speedrun marathon, so I'm pretty excited that I get to be the one showing it off to you, because the game is absolutely wonderful. It is the fifth entry in the mainline series, in the Mana series. Or the fifth mainline entry in the Mana series, this way around. And it's released in 2024 to quite the fanfare in the fandom, but I don't think it made that much of an impact, like at least in the speedrunning RPG scene, which is a damn shame because the game is absolutely fantastic and I'm gonna show it to you. Since we will be here for roughly 3.5 to 4 hours, depending on how things will be going, I would just go ahead say, let's go ahead, jump right in and get this show on the road. We'll be playing a new game, and on beginner difficulty, which is the easiest difficulty the game has to offer. It just makes the fight and all a little bit, well, more friendly towards speedrunning, because obviously we'll be quite underleveled. So as soon as I hit the button here, that is when the timer will start. So let's get ready, everybody, in 3, 2, 1, go. So at the beginning here, we will be in control of Oren and his wife, at this point Liza, and they are in a bit of a pickle here because they are trying to flee their hometown of Guju. The reason for that is that Liza has just been named the Alm of Earth, because this is basically like the Earth Kingdom, what have you, the Earth continent. And a central plot point of this game is that every 4 years, 8 alms are chosen, 1 for each element. We have fire, water, earth, wind, darkness and light, and then wood and moon. And they go on a pilgrimage together with their soul guard, which is kind of their protector. And at the end of the pilgrimage, they go to the Tree of Mana and basically sacrifice themselves to keep the flow of mana going. Because if they wanted to do that, basically all life in their specific elemental region would end. And this has been going on for hundreds of years, basically. And people are not necessarily questioning it anymore, they just go along with it. It's actually a huge honor for the alms to get chosen and going on that pilgrimage and, you know, finally sacrificing themselves. However, Oren is not too happy about that because, you know, obviously he loves his wife. He doesn't want her to go on the pilgrimage and having to sacrifice herself, so he is actively fighting against this right now, as we can see here. And we'll see how that works out for them. But yeah, despite its cutesy looks, like all of the story material, like throughout the whole series actually, it's actually quite mature. You might not, you know, be able to tell it from the kind of very anime-looking graphics. You know, it's either kind of cutesy and very good-looking, don't get me wrong there. But it's actually pretty heavy story material that you have to go through, so I wouldn't necessarily call it like actually like any kid-friendly game for that matter.
Please let us go. Thank you.
So what you really hope is that these guys just kind of clump up so you can easily hit them with your strikes. Sometimes they go a little bit astray, and then it's, you know, just really, you know, running after them, trying to get them together again, which can take quite a bit of time. But yeah, here you see basically the effects of the Alm trying to escape her destiny, like these villagers turning into these monsters. Because it is against the goddess of Mana's will, apparently. Or so they say. Here we're the first boss fight against Galgrok. It's not too bad, especially if you're playing on beginner difficulty. You just kind of hit its legs and hope it doesn't push you away like that, so you can just keep the damage coming in. Couple more hits, there we go. And then we are basically done with the prologue here.
It's over.
Yeah, what happens to Liza and Oren? Well, we'll find that out a little bit later. In the meantime, we will switch characters over to Val, who is our main protagonist for the game. This is now set 4 years after the events that we have just witnessed, and the next batch of alms is being chosen. And Val will be their soul guard. Soul guard, as I just explained, is basically their protector, you know, because the alms can be literally anybody from the villages. Like, it could be a kid, it could be an adult, it could be a very old person. It kind of depends on the whim of the guardian elemental and the fairy who gets named an alm, and that is why they basically have to have, like, not necessarily a guide, but a protector along the way, so they can make their pilgrimage safely. And as it so happens, Val and Hina, which is technically his girlfriend, are attending the ceremony where the Alm of Fire will get chosen. They are from Tiania, which is basically the fire village. And as it so happens, Hina is chosen as the Alm of Fire. So Val and Hina are going to be going on this pilgrimage together, which they're actually really happy about because, you know, they get to spend more time together. And that basically sets in motion the events for the rest of the game here. So we just have to run a couple, you know, RPG normal errands around town before we actually get to go out into the world and on our pilgrimage. Here we'll learn that we can slot in ability seeds to a character, and it basically gives him like new abilities. Like in that case, Val is now able to cast a fireball spell, which actually you won't be using. There's actually very little magic usage in this run, apart from like buffs and debuffs. But generally we have very damaging offensive capabilities and physical attacks. So we will be using very little magic. But it's also like, magic always comes with menuing, which obviously takes time, and it's not worth the effort, I want to say. Yeah, basically the whole village is seeing them off now on their pilgrimage. And our first goal is basically to go ahead and collect the other alms along the way. The first alm that we are picking up will be the Alm of Wind, who will be in the village of Longren, which is just, you know, a couple of areas outside of Tiania here. Another thing that we are about to get introduced is the core stone mechanic.
How was Longren when you visited?
Val has like a special ability that sometimes, though most of the times actually, whenever something close to him dies, it gets turned into what is called a core stone, which is basically, you can think of it like a crystallized form of their soul. And what you do with core stones, game mechanics wise, is you can trade them in for abilities a little bit later in the game. And that is basically kind of how you can freeform build characters to your liking by equipping them with different abilities that you get through the core stones.
About that rock that the rabbite transformed into, it has a strange, pretty color, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe we'll find a use for those kinds of stones on our journey.
Remember when the fairy came
basically, we're talking a little bit about what I just explained. But since, you know, it's early in the game, they obviously don't really know what to use the core stones for just yet.
Happens so fast.
But yeah, we'll learn about that a little bit later.
Happy. I never thought I'd get to go on this kind of adventure with you. Seeing new sights and making all these memories together? At least, not as the Alm and her soul guard.
Now keep in mind again, this plays 4 years after the events that we witnessed with Orin. And Val and Hina actually meet Orin here, who now has become like a bit of a scholar, you know, wandering the world and seeing its sights. And he has, well, a mission of his own, let's say, which we'll get to a little bit later. But for now, keep it in mind that Orin is still around. And he's looking for, well, something. And also the Dot Bears are back. If you have played Legend of Mana, this should be very familiar to you. Thankfully, or not, depending how you look at it, you don't actually have to learn the Dot Bear language. They just immediately give you like an almanac that you can look up. But they're basically like not necessarily glorified shopkeepers, but it's like a different kind of shop.
Good idea.
We use the
I'll try and
grizzly
bring you the
syrup that you can
traditional
pick up
Dubga language next time we cross
to
paths.
exchange for like special items.
Gotta try and nail the accent too. Dada.
Yeah, Val with his very best Dutch Bear impersonation right there. On the bottom left corner, you can obviously see, you know, our party members, which at the moment is only Val, and then his HP and his MP. And during the next fight, we will get our next bar that we have to keep track of, which is our CS bar, or the class strike bar. Whenever that is full, you can press one button and you do like a massive attack. Sadly, I guess, there is an option in the settings menu that you can just outright skip the animation. So we will not be seeing any of the class strike animations during the run, because, you know, we use that ability quite a bit. So over the course of the run, that would add quite a bit of time to it. So yeah. Just like we're skipping cutscenes, we're skipping the animations for the class strikes. Sorry, if you want to see them, you just have to play the game yourself. What can I say? But yeah, with that, we're already out of the chart passage and into Airy Passage. And
You were right.
this is like the area where I always get a little bit of a chill down my spine, because just of the music and how breezy everything feels, you know, after you've been at this sunny beach for a while, and then you get like into the highlands, so to speak, with like the wind and everything. It just looks gorgeous, and I always have to catch myself a little bit to not just go off wandering and explore the area, because like the wanderlust just really grabs you at this point. You just want to go off and see, you know, what's in this corner and what's in that corner, because this is basically like the biggest mana game that we've ever had up until this point. Like, if you've played the Trials of Mana remake, it obviously was already kind of in the same vein as Visions of Mana, but it was still a little bit more limited, because obviously it was a remake of an existing game, right? So they didn't have that much room to experiment with like a more, I want to say, open world approach to the games. But with Visions of Mana, they really just went all out when it came to game design, length, the story, like voice acting and everything. Like, it is probably like the best Mana game out of the series, I dare say. And yes, I know that the first couple of games, like especially I want to say Secret of Mana and obviously Trials of Mana, are very iconic in the series. But like Visions of Mana just feels the most fleshed out game to me out of the series.
They're used to spin thread and make
Don't at me.
fabrics. One of their traditional techniques actually dyes the cloth those bright colors. The book I read called it wind dyeing. It's
Hey, is the Sylphid in
Hina has read up on the whole pilgrimage thing, so she's kinda a little bit like the lore dump, if you will, about the ongoings around the world. Which, you know, kind of clues in the player as well, like what is actually going on, like what are the customs of the different peoples that we're going to meet. Because we are on Longren, which is the home to the dragon folk, who are, of course, very attuned to the element of wind. So this is where we'll go and meet the Wind Alm.
The Soul Guard. I came across your...
But as it so happens, the Wind Alm has not been named yet,
I think I got my work
because they
cut
were
out
not
for
able
me
to
this
do
time.
their ceremony. Like as you saw in Tiania, they had this huge bonfire to draw out the fairy to, you know, get the fairy to name the Alm. But the similar thing hasn't happened in Longren yet. So obviously it's pretty convenient that the Soul God arrived, because he can fix that, right? So what they're doing is, and Hina explained that a little bit on the way there, is they do a technique called wind dyeing, where they dye a fabric a certain color. And the most proficient wind dyer, so to speak, is a bit moody. That's Karina. She doesn't want to do the ceremony because she wants to be named the Alm of Wind, just so she can go on a pilgrimage and get out of Longren, because she doesn't really like it there. Everybody's kind of being bossy and pushy around her, including her parents. And but she had like an accident a couple years back, so everybody's saying, oh yeah, you are no good to be named the Alm of Wind. And because she is pretty stubborn, that is why she doesn't want to go through with the ceremony, because she doesn't want anybody else to be named the Alm. So we did a little bit of a side quest there, and trying to get one of her friends basically put some sense into her, so that we can, you know, move on. with the ceremony, because, like, as we established earlier, it is critically important that these alms go on the pilgrimage and sacrifice themselves, so, you know, the rest of the world doesn't die. Oops. Yeah, let me just quickly check my notes here. Yeah, we just go to... no, item shop.
Okay. It's up to me to
A very
perform the
convenient
ceremony
thing
and call the
is
fairy.
that basically every
nothing.
major establishment in the towns, like every shop and you know, major plot point, like basically has like a warping point that you can select from the map, but it can be a little bit disorientating everything because there's a lot of warping around, so you just kind of have to know, okay, where do I have to warp now to be able to go fast where I need to. Yeah, we convinced Karina to go through with the wind dying, so we did the wind dying, the fairy came down, and then Karina's friend would have been chosen the Arm of Wind. However, he just completely freaked out and ran away, so the fairy reconsidered and wanted to name Karina the Arm of Wind, so
Come on, Hina.
mission
Karina's
achieved, I guess? Yeah, but technically she is not the Arm of Wind just yet because the Elemental of Wind hasn't really chosen her. And the Elemental of Wind is also missing at the moment. So our next big plot point will be to go ahead and find the Elemental of Wind on Mount Gaia, which will be the next area that we're going through. Is there any impact of choosing English over Japanese for time? I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't really tested it. I mean, probably Japanese might be a little bit faster, but there's also not really text on screen that we have to skip through a lot because we just outright skip with the cutscenes. That said, there might still be a little difference. I personally, and I might be alone on this, I don't know, I find timing differences due to language differences pretty stupid. Like, you know, I kind of want my audience to understand what is going on, and most of my audience is English speaking, so I play the game in English. So even if Japanese would maybe be faster, you will see me playing the games that I speedrun usually in English. So I haven't tested it. And since the speedrun community for the game is very small, I haven't seen anybody else test it either, so I literally can't tell you. And hey, maybe somebody out there wants to go ahead and test that for us. Let me quickly see. We need the strength sigil, right? And yeah, that's it. Okay.
Do you know if Ramco is
Another
really
staple of the series is, of course, the class changes, mostly introduced with Trials of Mana. And the way it works in Visions of Mana is that we will get the 8 elemental vessels, as they are called. For now, we have gotten the Sylphid Boomerang, which gives us access to the wind classes of every character. Now, only one character can equip one vessel, so because Val has the Sylphid Boomerang equipped at the moment, Karina can't equip it. So we can only have one character per class, if you will. But what's also nice is that it comes obviously with an outfit change, like every class and every character looks different. And some of them even use different weapons. As you saw Val use earlier, he had like a short sword. And now he has a huge Zweihander, which obviously deals more damage, but is also quite a bit slower. On top of that, every elemental vessel also has a use in and outside of a battle. Like, for example, you see me use the boomerang here to make these boulders form a bridge that I can then use to cross over this chasm here. And in battle, I can go ahead and throw the boomerang at enemies to continuously deal wind damage to them. And that is true for all the other elemental vessels that, spoilers, you will be picking up over the course of the game here. Technically, every character has 8 or 9 classes if you are considering their base class as a proper class, which I don't think it really isn't because it doesn't have any like class-specific abilities. But yeah, it does have a special outfit, so yeah, depending on how you look at it. Alright, now make sure I didn't forget to actually pick up anything around here. I'm gonna grab this just for safety. gonna grab that. And go over here because we have our next boss fight coming up.
Get some syrup.
Okay, so this is where we use the elemental plot. This is kind of like where you unlock special abilities for your characters, like the class abilities. And then we predictions paramount. Use nothing. Go wild. Be stingy, and you go on offense. Items. Not allowed to use these because these are from my special items pack that came with the collector's edition of the game. Was it a collector's edition? I think it was. And then we have our next boss fight coming up. Hold on. Yes, okay. So we're gonna use a Curious Cookie. Curious Cookie increases the experience you gain for the next 10 minutes. And we want to do 2 boss fights during those 10 minutes. So we are a little bit on the clock here. Start the fight with throwing the silver boomerang at him, and you can see it on his head right now, which is not that great of a target. But I'll make it work. Ideally, you want to go ahead and hit his butt. You kind of see the yellow crystals there. That's kind of his weak point. But yeah, you're kind of at the whim of what the enemy does here. Like, he doesn't really have thresholds when he uses a special ability that you draw just there, so it's a bit luck-based. Obviously, kind of don't want to see it because it resets the fight a little bit. But other than that, it's basically just throw the boomerang and wail on the guy until he falls over. As soon as his HP is roughly between the 7 and the Mantis Ant, we want to go ahead and use our class strike to finish the fight and gain a little bit more experience still. Oh god. My guy, why are you being so rude to me? Okay, one more. That should be enough. Nope. Oh well. Almost there. There we go. Was a bit of a so-so fight, but we made it through it. And yes, obviously this was Mantis Ant, like a staple of the series. It was the first boss that you fought in Secret of Mana. So this game actually has a lot of references and callbacks to all of the other Mana games, which is quite fantastic. So if you've played through the series, you know, you will see quite a few Easter eggs and things like that all throughout. Which is really neat. Like, it really, you know, pays attention to where it came from and what the fans might want to see. So it's like a really great experience as a fan of the series. So yeah, Korea has now officially been named the Alm of the Wind. So we are now on our way to... Well, technically we were supposed to pick up the Alm of the Moon in the parish over there, Etienne.
My breath is fogging up.
However, about 16 years ago there was a catastrophe in Etienne, which basically destroyed the whole town. And ever since then there has not been an Alm of the Moon, which is why this area is frozen over as it is.
Better than some in our party, it seems.
So this is basically just an area that we're supposed to, well, go through and not really care about too much.
Okay, I'm over it. No more snow, ever. I can't believe I wanted to play in this frozen pile of misery. It's freezing.
Problem is that the bridge is destroyed. So we have to find another way through this.
How can the bridge be...
And to top it off, we saw a light coming from Etern, which, again, is a destroyed town. Nobody should be there. So we are getting kind of curious because there is technically a bridge over there that we could use to cross the chasm. So we will have a little gander and check it out. Yeah, Karina is a very interesting character. Like, if you play this game on Japanese, she has like more a... Well, a country-like accent, which, you know, makes her seem a little bit more dumb, if you will. Or, you know, not as refined in a social context, if you will. And for some reason, they decided to go with like a very thick southern accent for her in the English translation. Which, you know, is fine. It works. The problem with it just is that nobody else in all of Longer, not even her parents, have that accent. So it kind of, you know, begs the question, like, where is that accent coming from? Like, you just don't, you know, develop a thick accent like that on your own out of nowhere.
So this is the moment Parish Etern.
So there's a little bit of a disconnect going on there. Like, I personally don't mind too much, but it makes you question the whole thing a little bit for sure.
Nerve of that guy. Are we sure we want to trust someone who throws swords at people?
Not a bad tent you've got here.
Okay. The thing that I don't forget to do here is we have to learn Flame Saber.
Has Morley been continuing his search?
And then we were back and we were over here.
All by himself this whole time?
Oh, you know why the Mantis Ant fight went so slow? I forgot to cast Thunder Saber on Val. Yeah, that explains it. Sometimes I just forget to do that. Like, yeah, Mantis Ant is, well, of course, an Earth Elemental type monster. How else could it be? Come on, Val. Oh, no. Please. Go up there.
Yes.
Nope, not like that. Oh my god. Like, this jump sometimes can be, there we go, can be a little bit tricky for absolutely no good reason.
The moon sphere should be...
Yeah, so because, you know, he has the Sylphid Boomerang equipped, which is obviously wind, the first spell that he learns is Thunder Saber, which makes it so that all of his attacks are wind elemental. Which would have been useful in the fight against Mantis Ant. Obviously.
Let's use the Meridian to travel.
But as we learned here, like Molly, the cat-like character that we have in our party now, is a survivor of Etern from 16 years ago. And he has been looking for the moon vessel to try and tamper with time to basically prohibit this catastrophe from happening that wiped out Etern. And we are in luck because we came here at a full moon, which obviously, it being the moon vessel, has special powers during that particular night. So we are able to kinda travel back in time to 16 years ago. And there we learned that Morley was actually the cause for this catastrophe happening, wiping out the whole town. And he survived, and he has been blaming himself ever since and trying to, you know, make amends for that in trying to find this moon vessel and turning back time. But it didn't quite work out the way he had hoped. So now he has reverted to a childlike form. So obviously we can't have child Molly just wandering around outside where the monsters are. Oops. That was the wrong warp station.
Only now I can't seem to...
But, yeah, after going back and forth in time a little bit, now we are missing Karina and Hina, so things are just going from bad to worse at this point. But Molly is kinda our priority at this point.
He's too far ahead. I have to reach him before any monsters do. Morley's been looking for that moon sphere ever since he was a child. There he is.
Alright, caught up with Molly. A bit of a pep talk, and he goes back into his proper self. And then we have a forced fight over here. So we will cast Flame Saber on Molly and then take control of him because he's a little bit stronger than Val at this point. Also uses a nice katana, which I'm very much a fan of. What I don't like is all these enemies just going all over the place though. It's a bit hard to get rid of all of them. Like obviously you want them all to bunch up a bit more so you can hit more of them at once, but it just is what it is sometimes. But yeah, with that out of the way, we can go back to Etern.
Tonight's lunar eclipse is a special one, known as... Endless winter has plagued this land.
Let's use the
The
meridian
good
to
luck.
travel.
Yeah, we have, now learned of the circumstances surrounding a turn, and Luna, the element of moon, is so touched by the whole thing that she actually now names Morley the Arm of the Moon, which again hasn't been done in 16 years. So it's kind of a first for basically the whole world, that even though one region had been wiped out, it has a chance in the future to flourish again, because, it has an arm again. Well, there's definitely things going on in the story. Well, these are the Cat Sisters. You might know them from some of the other Mana games. They periodically show up during the course of the game
Got some syrup.
and sell you some weapons and items and armor and all that.
I'm brimming with power.
But they actually found a way to incorporate them into the story in this game, which is actually kind of neat. Because they are, well, I guess Molly's adoptive sisters through their father, Niccolo. And they basically follow Molly around to make sure that he's okay. A bit more menuing to do here. On Molly, we will absolutely give him the moon vessel. And I'm just gonna let this play out once, just so you can see these transformation animations. Now, we can skip all of them, and you usually do that during the speedrun, but it's just, nice little animations. Kind of, there's a bit of this Sailor Moon flair of, people transforming into their outfits, but it's, like, very nicely done. And you kind of get a glimpse of the new class in action right then and there. And yeah, Moon Molly is an absolutely broken mess in the best way possible for us as speedrunners. Like, it's basically the most powerful class, bar none, throughout, well, the whole game, actually. At least for speedrunning purposes. Probably also in the casual playthrough. Which is why you basically will never see Molly be anything else. And, yeah. He just kind of shreds the game for us, which is nice. Now here, Karina will be a dancer for just a short while. We will immediately give the vessel back to Val. However, that does allow I just make sure I'm not messing up the menuing. That just allowed her to learn an ability real quick, which in this case was Defenseless, which decreases, as the name implies, the defense on any enemy you cast it upon. Which of course will be very handy during the upcoming boss fight. So basically any boss fight from this point onward. Which is why we just quickly gave her the Wind Vessel and then gave it back to Val, because Val is more valuable having the Wind Vessel equipped during a fight. We get introduced what the Moon Vessel can do on the overworld. It can slow down time around it. Makes it a little bit easier to get through, these ice floats. Alright, another first enemy encounter.
Don't waste too much time with this. It's useless to keep this.
Oh my god. That was a waste. A little bit low on CS. Did I forget to pick something up? Normally I should have my CS buff filled at this point to be able to deal with these enemies a little bit easier. Which I do not have this time. Oh. Shouldn't matter too much. Like, it's getting a little bit tight on the timer there, so I hope I can still make it into the next boss fight with the cookie going.
That's the last of them.
Thought of not. Well, it is what it is.
Those monsters just kept coming, huh?
There are bound to be more encounters like...
Yeah, that's like the problem with the series as a whole, right? Because everything looks so cute, monsters included, that you kind of don't want to hurt them.
So
But obviously you kind of have to, because monsters.
all on his own?
He does.
Ah, the dilemma, the dilemma.
That's gotta be a lot of work.
This Milpa sounds like a pretty impressive person.
So here we meet Milpa, which is an old friend of Molly's, and he gives us a bell with which you can summon the Picools. The Picools are these armadillo dog-like creatures, which are a new addition to the series, and they are absolutely adorable.
Already got the hang of riding
I mean,
them,
just
though.
look at them.
Onward through the
Basically
steppe
giant
and
wolf
Harbor beyond.
dogs that you can ride on.
Love this.
That's the ocean in the distance.
So yeah, that basically makes
The way it
overall travel
sparkles in the
quite a bit
sun.
faster than it was before.
This trip to the Mana Tree is way more fun than I thought it would be. Hina and me crossing the steppe together. If only we could do this for the rest of our days.
Oh
What a
well,
dream.
why would you jinx us so?
I've made this journey 1,000 times.
I
at
said
this
nothing.
point, and yet, everything seems so much greener than it used to.
Yeah, we're just making a quick trip through Fallow Steppe here to get to Ronto Harbor. Because, you know, now we have the Alm of Fire, Wind, and Moon collected.
It's a very acute
We are now on our way to Illistana, which is the capital of the deep, home of the, well, basically water elemental, and by extension, the Alm of Water,
attention to how an alm is supposed
which will be our next addition
They taught us how to be a
to
good
our
alm back in
illustrious
the day.
troop,
Alms
or
must
convoy, I should
follow
say.
a healthy lifestyle. Early to bed, early to rise, stuff like that.
That's been my practice this whole time.
It's gonna be a bit tight, but we should still be able to make it for the boss fight.
You need to learn how to
The good thing with the cookies is you only have to get into a fight for it to still be in effect. You don't have to
We're lucky
finish
we
the
have the
fight
tools to take
while
us
the
so
timer
far.
is running. So as long as we get into the boss fight, the timer will not decrease below 1 second, so we still get the effect at the end of the fight. Still, I want to make sure that I don't miss this. I concentrate on my notes a little bit here. Here we meet Passar. Passar is a sort of recurring character in this game. Always up to no good. Now he accuses Karina of having stolen his key. Which of course he hasn't, but he has the power to make us search for it
Just you wait.
and
I'll find that
clear
key.
her name.
It's gotta be somewhere in town. I'll ask around and see if anyone has a...
Luckily we meet Oren again.
A man named Passar asked us to search...
Who will help us in clearing Karina's name here with a little trick.
Oren looks well. That's good to see. But how's...
Basically fooling Passar,
Have you...
making him look like an absolute idiot.
I totally missed...
And
when Oren
then we
planted
are
key
on
back
to the
that
Prim.
official.
Now, if
Oh,
you
well.
remember
At
Prim
least
as a
Karina's in the
name,
clear.
well, you definitely have played Secret of
The
Mana
Prim
because
will be
that was
leading
the
the dog-
canonical name from the girl,
yep.
from your party. And she has returned in the form of a ship. Make of that what you will, I guess. But yeah, it's, you know, another Easter egg or callback to an earlier
Well,
game in the series. Again, this game is just chock full of those.
Right.
We can talk with the party because, of course, our trip over to Illistana will not go uninterrupted, as we have another boss fight coming up. Because an aquatic beastie has it out for us. Alright, let's see here. Actually, I think I just remembered what I did wrong in my strategy settings. Not news, nothing, it was serve resources. Here we go. Over here, place the... Oh, Of course I would get hit by that immediately.
tentacles are a problem.
Good damage here. Hit the head. It does that. We go back and dodge through, or not. We kind of want to go for a trick here. Let's see if we can get it going. Oh, might be good. Yeah, no. Oh. Okay, that was weird. We kind of got it, we kind of didn't. So what you can do here with Molly, specifically with his saw blade attack, you can kind of slow down the tentacle when it is in front of Kraken's face. And then you basically you lodge Molly in between the face and the tentacle, and he just continuously deals damage. And you kind of just absolutely shred the health bar of this thing. Now we nearly had it. Sadly didn't work out quite as we wanted to, but this should still be done. Yeah, okay. That wasn't too bad of a fight. It didn't quite get what we were trying to go for, but yeah, it still worked off in the end. What you really just want to do is you want to end the fight before he kind of tries to flip over the boat for the second time. So as long as you're able to do that, or not flip over the boat, but you know, when he rams it or pushes it upward, because that's a very lengthy animation, it just takes a bunch of time. You don't want to see that twice. So that was a good fight. But yeah, with that out of the way, the elements of the wind help push the boat into the harbor, because as you saw, you know, like all the sails were broken because of the Kraken attack there. So we were kind of basically stranded out at sea until we got that little push. And now we are in Ledger's Bay. So we're not quite in Istana just yet, but it's really only a small stop on the way.
Fritter Ridge continues beyond the gates, I think. It's not far to the capital, but we should still prepare for skirmishes.
Yeah, that's like the
along
one
way.
thing that you actually will not see in this game, the chocobos, because chocobos are technically part of, well, you know, Final Fantasy, and not part of the Mana series, but with Final Fantasy Adventure or Mystic Quest or Second Zetsu 1, whichever name you want to go with, was basically part of the Final Fantasy series, which then spawned the Mana series. Chocobos were one of the elements that, you know, transferred over into the Final Fantasy series, but not into the Mana series. Or at least, I can't remember any game in the Mana series off the top of my head that has chocobos in it, except the first one.
Big entrance is where we're headed.
We'll be able to see you
Feel free to correct me, but I don't think really only Final Fantasy Adventure has those. So I guess you could see the Bikuls as a replacement for that if you want to.
Karina, please wait. You always sound so
I dare
stuffy
say
when
they're
you say my
at
name,
least
man.
as
No
cute,
need to be so polite.
if not even a bit cuter.
Then in that case, I could
I
call you
don't know, I'm just
something
more of a
else.
dog person than a chicken person, I suppose.
Rena?
Welcome to the capital of the deep, Illistana.
Yeah, this is Illistana. The biggest city in the world, basically.
Free and
And here we make our one trip to the Grizzly Exchange. We will get 1 cup of wishes, right? And then 3 strength serum. We have enough syrup to pay them, great.
The palace is impressive. Not that I have many others to compare.
But sometimes
to.
you're just like
Can't
1
get
or
too
2
carried
short,
away,
and then you're
or I'll
just
get
sad
lost in
because
the
you
sea
didn't
of
pick up
people
enough
above.
on the way. Here at the fountain, we run into a very mysterious stranger. What that turns out to
That guy
be,
at
I'll
the
leave up to
fountain wasn't
anyone's
hurt too
guess.
badly. At least Morley's going to stay with him just in case. Time to check out the palace. Who knows when I'll get another chance after.
But yeah, because the islands are so important, we are basically here to undergo a rite of passage to get blessed by the royals of, well, the Water Kingdom, so to speak. However, the ceremony is sometimes in the evening, so the group basically has the whole day to, you know, just walk around town and do whatever they
He's
want.
probably at the pier already.
So Hina and Val decide to do a little shopping, and Hina sees this pendant that Val then buys for her. Yeah, Hina. Cute little lovebirds and all that.
I wanted to say thank you again, Val. I love the pendant.
The smile on your face was worth every lucre. I just wanted to be the cause of it is all. You deserve to be happy all the time. And I can't stand it when you're sad. So if there's ever...
Time flies when you're having fun, it seems.
I wondered how I was going to fill the day before. Now it's already over.
I wish the way back to the Sanctorium would take longer, so we could stay. Like this.
Huh? Did you say something, Hina?
No,
A couple of things happen here. Palamina, the queen, basically, gives us her blessing on our way, and then Passar reveals that Palamina has actually been chosen as the Alm of Water, which would mean that he is more or less free to take reign of the kingdom, because even though Palamina has a brother, he is too young to be able to be the king yet. So Palamina is very much afraid of, Passar using that excuse to grasp power for himself.
Are we allowed in?
So she asks us if we could help her resolve this somehow before she actually sets out on the pilgrimage as the Alm of Water. And as it so happens, Niccolo, which is, Molly's adoptive father, has been framed for cutting the water flow into the city. And so we go on a little bit of investigating because one of the travel cat sisters here gives us a clue that something is going on at nearby ruins.
Causing these water problems.
Welcome. What will it be? Will that be
So we
much
buy
appreciated?
no weapon for Molly. And then we get our third vessel,
the Luca ruins.
which is the Flask of Undine. Or the Undine Flask. And then we do a little bit of menuing here. Val, don't use that. And then you have to absolutely
Blessed by the
actually learn this. Very important. And then Karina will get the flask. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna go ahead and show you these class transformations, because normally we would be skipping them if this were like a real attempt, but they look kind of cool and I kind of want to just show them off. So there you go. It's my jurisdiction right there. And then Karina learns a very important ability. It's actually not the one that we learned right here, it's the one you learned before. But we'll get to that in a moment. And then we also quickly use the strength serums on Molly. And then we're good to go. So even though we have 4 party members now, we can only ever have 3 in our active party. So Palamina will be sitting this one out. And spoiler alert, I'm sorry for all the Palamina fans, including me out there. Palamina will be the only character out of the whole cast that we will never use in the speedrun.
Once we know what's causing
Sorry.
the issue, we can.
Henceforth, I propose
The problem is basically that Molly is just too good at his job, which is dealing damage, and he's basically the physical attacker of the group, whereas Palamina is like the offensive magic user. And magic is just too slow. It's limited by your it's limited by your MP, and you would have to regain your MP with items and whatnot. So it's just a resource drain. And by the time you cast one spell with Palamina, Molly would have probably already killed the enemy outright. So it's like, yeah, sorry. But this is also where the run is starting to get quite interesting, because we will be using our first skip, so to speak. Excuse me. We will switch into Karina. We will attack, and during her upwards thrust, we will change her weapon, which gives her quite a bit, more elevation during the jump. This is something that sort of existed already in the Trials of Mana remake. Because the physics in this game, and I guess in quite a lot of other games, is frame-based. So yeah, the higher your frame rate is, the more you can abuse these glitches, which obviously makes the speedrun on PC quite a lot easier to perform, but also quite a bit faster, because there are more of these opportunities that you can use. Now I'm playing on PlayStation, sadly, I guess, in this case. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, if you compare times, like my best time at the moment is like 3 hours and 40-ish minutes. The run on PC is like an hour or so faster. And while there is still like a couple minutes that I can go ahead and save, a console run will just never be as fast as a PC run, just because of the frame rate difference.
One more.
Okay, who is still alive over here?
I got this.
Hello? No. No. I'm not supposed to use my elemental vessel there. Or the elemental break, rather. Not just the vessel. But I'm once again very low on CS, so I'm not quite sure what I'm forgetting here at the moment. Because I can't say I've had this issue before. Like normally for the 4th wave of enemies here, you just use your class strike and the fight is over. But I was very low on that. Maybe we can just use the elemental break to clean up here, even though it's kind of a waste at this point, but oh well. So the bar on the far left that is now empty, it was yellow before, bottom left, is our elemental gauge. If we fill that up, we can basically overcharge our elemental vessel to do like this huge area affecting attack that deals like continuous damage to the enemies and gives us a couple of other effects.
More monsters may have been alerted to our maneuvers after that melee.
We were quiet enough to go unnoticed.
These things that I'm activating here are elementites. They give you 5 elemental points whenever you activate one. And that is basically the points that you use in order to use the elemental board to get new abilities and stuff.
Impressive. Let's collect ourselves before we set off.
Okay, we've got the next boss fight coming up. Also another fan favorite, you might recognize this one. It is Full Metal Hugger! It's basically the first big boss fight if you've played Trials of Mana. It was also in Final Fantasy Adventure and maybe another one. And it basically works the same way as in the other games, where like his eyes are his weak spot. So as soon as he tries to climb the wall, you kind of want to use your class strike to get him back on the ground. Because obviously once he starts climbing the wall, you can't hit him as well anymore. However, Molly can still reach him because his special attack, while he's in the air, actually teleports him to an enemy. But obviously, as you can see, that is quite a bit slower than fighting him on the ground. But we still made it. But as it turns out, it was Passar's doing that the water wasn't flowing into Illistana, so he kinda, you know, foiled his scheme here. So he has now been banished from Illistana, so that Ian, Palamina's little brother, can actually go ahead and take charge of the city in her absence. So she is now free to go on the pilgrimage as the Alm of Water.
I am relieved that Undine has been rescued.
What what technique do you call Karina's spear jump glitch? It's just, I don't know, the upward thrust. I know, very creative. Upward thrust glitch, upward thrust pause buffer. I don't think it really has a proper name at this point. I saw a Japanese runner by the name of Nagasato do it. I don't know if he is the one that actually came up with it or not, but it's the first instance that I saw of it being used. But I don't know if he has a name for it or not.
The Alms probably have real fancy rooms at the palace for the night.
But yeah, you will see us use that quite a bit over the course of the run, because Technically, it allows us to gain infinite height. Not quite, but close enough. And, yeah. We can skip over quite a few barriers with it. So what is happening here? We are about to set out on the rest of our adventures, but Hina is having a bit of a change of mind. Like, yeah, she's starting to not feel it anymore. It being the Alm of Fire. And as it so happens, Orin comes by and tells Val and Hina, hey, do you know that there is a way out of this? That we can make it so that we do not have to sacrifice alms again and again and again anymore.
Listen to what you have to say.
And he's like, if you want to hear more about that, you know, meet me at the pier and I will tell you. And Val and Hina are like, you know, what do we have to lose? Just, you know, to hear him out. And then he basically goes on that, well, there's a ritual that he can perform that would make the whole alm business go away.
It really is hard to keep your footing here.
Thanks,
And that is why we are now at Regnus
Such a
Shrine.
mysterious place we found ourselves in. Each breath of air feels so crisp and clean. The breeze is nice too. Val, I figured out what I really want. I want to go back to Tiania.
We're just gonna listen to that for a second.
I want to hear the rumbles of our volcano as we go about our lives. Smiling, laughing, enjoying each other. Is that selfish of me?
Hina, of course it's not. I want the same thing. That's the whole reason I came here.
Really? You too? Then I'm glad it's not just me.
So, yeah, obviously nothing will go wrong here. Spoilers, everything goes wrong here. So basically what happens, Orin tricks them. And he uses Val's power to turn people's soul into a core stone. To turn, well, Hina's soul into a core stone. So he basically uses Val to kill her. And then he goes ahead and steals the core stone because apparently that core stone would allow him to, well, change the course of history, as it were. So yeah, Hina is dead.
Everything would be different.
And we are not so glad about that for, you know, obvious reasons. And yeah, it's a huge bummer because it basically dooms Tiania to an early death. Because, you know, we've seen in a turn what happens if there is no alm to be sacrificed at the Tree of Mana. And basically the same would happen to Tiania now. So give me just a second.
Welcome.
We are going to go and buy pressure point.
Please come again.
But yeah, the team sticks with Val, like, you know, okay, you know, you really messed this up. But we still have a mission to fulfill, so let's get on with it. So our objective changes a bit, in the sense that normally all of the alms would gather here in Illistana. But we're still missing the Alm of Light and the Alm of Darkness. Now there isn't an Alm of Earth, because Guju, you know, got evaporated like 4 years ago. But the Alm of Light and Darkness haven't shown up yet, so we take it on ourselves to go to the Mana Tree already to try and intercept Orin before he can do anything with Hina's Core Stone. We don't know what he's up to, but we clearly know he's up to no good. So it's kind of a race against time at this point.
Just fields and farms as far as the eye can see, huh?
Also, pay attention to what Palomina is going to say about this particular area in the game. This is Albert's pasture, and it has quite a bit of a history.
Orin turned out to be the king of jerks. I had wanted to thank him for his help.
So when exactly did that Arvid's pasture war happen?
Historical volumes have been somewhat vague, but it was before the establishment. Was Orin an acquaintance of yours?
Yeah, she would have gone on about like the whole history of Arvid's pasture. That was like this big war like eons ago, basically, where people have been fighting over this, you know, piece of land because it was so fruitful. And it might sound like, you know, a bit of world building, and it is, but it will actually be important later on in this very story. So keep that, just keep it in mind for now, while we make our way over to the Tree of Mana as fast as we can.
Ramco? Are you worried about me?
Trying my
Thanks,
best over
buddy.
here, but thank you.
I didn't mean to upset you. I'll be okay. Thanks.
The Dura Gorge is kind of a bit of a reset point, kind of not. Like it can be if it wants to, depending on how our skips go. Because obviously you're not supposed to do any of what we are about to do. Because will be using this technique here.
Still present.
So as you can tell, it's a bit finicky how to do this. It's way easier to do this on PC. And I'm just not getting it right at the moment. So you kind of have to wait until Karina is in the air. Just like that. To keep basically the momentum that thrusts you upwards like this. That's not hard enough. Maybe it would have been. Oh well. I don't want to say it's frame perfect, but it kinda is, and we kinda want to try and skip this whole area, including the boss fight at the end of it. Which is a bit sad, because I'm gonna go ahead and spoil it for you guys. If you played Legend of Mana, you might remember a monster by the name of Do Ink. And normally we would fight him at the end of this area here. But we are gonna go ahead and skip this. So on the PlayStation version, once again, because we don't have as much FPS as the PC, we have to do like a double glitch here, where first we use Karina's upward thrust to give us a bit of height, and then we switch to the dancer and kind of continue gaining height with her fan attack. Because what she does is, if you press the heavy attack while you're in the air, she summons Ramco, the little floating beast, for an attack. And you gain even more height. And I think we're high enough? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool. So it's very tricky to do this on console, actually. Like, if you're playing this on PC, it is way easy. You do it once and you fly over the whole thing. Now, unlucky, we are not on PC, we are on console, so we have to basically combine two glitches into one, which is a bit messy, as you saw there. Because basically what you're doing is you're using the special attack, and basically at the... because when you use the special attack, it puts Karina backwards and up, so you turn around, do that attack, and at the apex of the backwards movement, you go into the menu, switch your weapon out, and then you just do it again. And you keep repeating that until you have enough height to go over the invisible wall. To go over the invisible wall, go out of bounds, and be able to just run straight to the end of this area and just skip it completely, including the boss fight against Doing.
So, how do we get this jack seed growing?
Oh yes, good point. If you do the upward thrust attack with Karina when she has her spears equipped, if you actually wedge yourself into a wall or against any solid object, it kind of catapults you upwards a little bit more. I guess it is because of a conflict in the character mesh and the wall or something. That basically makes the glitch a little bit easier to perform, but it can still be a little bit finicky. Like, I have to admit, I haven't completely figured it out myself just yet completely. I know the workings of it, you know, I'm able to do it, but it definitely can be tricky. And again, it is easier to perform on PC because of the higher frame rate than it is on console. Because again, the FPS affects the physics engine in the game. And with higher FPS comes basically better physics, if you will. So you launch up way higher. Like, the height that you can gain on PC versus console is extreme. Anyway, we were at the Beastwatch Garrison there, and what they basically do, the jack seed that Nicola gave us a little bit earlier, they are meant to grow that into such a big stalk that you were able to climb that big cliff and just continue on your way to the mana tree. However, since 4 years before, the Alm of Earth wasn't able to make their pilgrimage to the mana tree, you saw that in the prologue of the game, the Earth Elemental is so weak that they are not able to properly grow that stalk. So we can't proceed to the mana tree. So we have to make a detour to Guju, the Earth Elemental village, to find Gnome, who is the Earth Elemental patron, to see what is up there and, you know, basically how can we help him to grow that stock so we can continue on to the mana tree. The bridge we just passed, Entwine Bridge Pass, also another very important location of old, where like, I think Palamina explained it, like a ancient hero confessed his love to, well, his lover. Very sweet tale. And there's even a theater house that puts on that play every now and again. I wonder if we will see that.
I have not yet been, but I'm equally excited to experience somewhere new.
Are there any major sequence breaks?
I don't need anything as fancy as a prim. All I'm saying
I don't
is
know. No. There are no major sequence breaks, but there are like little sequence breaks that we make do with the glitches that are shown off so far. So you're basically just, you know, glitching around in an area itself, but we're not outright skipping anyone. Like we have to at least go into the area and then basically find a way to go out of bounds to be able to skip it, but we're not skipping it outright, right? Like, for example, you can't skip going to Guju here to immediately go to the mana tree. That is just not possible. Like, even though the game can be a little bit finicky, you know, it still has good story triggers in that sense that we cannot bypass.
I should probably head to the pier if I want to ask about a boat. Taking this?
But we're gonna go ahead and have a little bit of fun with this. Switch out Karina's class here for just a moment. Obviously, you wouldn't do this in a proper world record attempt, but yeah, it's a marathon run. Well, want to have a little bit of fun with this game, right? Yeah, we came here to Zata because we need a boat to get over to the Earth continent. However, they have a problem of their own. But first, dancing.
dance with me, Val.
Because I knew that Karina is actually a pretty good dancer.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of dancers during my travels, and Karina's very skilled. She might be the best I've seen so far.
See, even Molly agrees.
Morley, I don't think I've ever heard such a glowing compliment from you. Maybe you deserve an encore after all.
Those two.
Like, especially like listening and talking during a dance performance like that, that takes skill. But yeah, let's switch back the classes. Just don't forget to switch Karina back later too. But yeah, what basically happens in Sacha here is that we learn that whenever a boat tries to leave the harbor, like a massive water wall just comes up out of the ocean and basically blocks passage. Which leaves us in a bit of a bind, because we need a boat to get over to the Earth continent and see what's up with Gnome over there. So what are we supposed to do? And then along comes Palomino, who has a mysterious malady, where she isn't feeling too well, but she thinks she can make out a person in that huge water wall.
I heard a voice.
And she has a voice.
Could not hear the same sound.
So we are now about to investigate a nearby temple and see if we can find some clues as to what's going on over there. And we also get the Salamander Candle, which is our next elemental vessel. Obviously, it is the vessel of fire. Kind of interesting that you think about it, because, you know, we started out in the fire village. They didn't have the vessel there, and we got it now, which is like, you know, half the world apart. Not really, but close enough. So these elemental vessels are just about everywhere. And anywhere, but never where you think they are.
It
is quite artful in that regard, for sure.
After all.
Yeah, Yeah, they even gave us a Salamando candle.
Will you be able to make the journey, Palomina? We can rest more.
A haunted temple, so they say. But what constitutes a haunting?
Could be
You can kind of see the temple in the distance over there already, where the star is.
My guess is yes. Just look at all the building remains.
I wonder what it was
We're
like
just gonna
for
make
them.
our way over there. You see me sometimes grab these meridians, as they're called. They're basically like festival points. You probably see me use them a couple times already. Basically, whenever I grab one of these, it is to unlock that as a festival point for some time later in the
I
run.
would love to watch you another time, Karina.
Like every time I grab one of them, it is intentional. I'm not just grabbing them for fun. But which is also why I won't be grabbing others, because obviously the more of them you unlock, the more cluttered your fast travel list becomes.
Yeah.
And yeah, we want to keep our menus
We should still keep an eye on
leak
her
and
during this
lean,
trip to Tato.
so I will only be grabbing a select few of them.
That's probably Tato Temple. It looks impressive even from far off.
Now, Tato Temple is house to another, well, I want to say fan favorite character from the Mana universe. Let's see if you recognize him.
I do not like the look of this.
That sentence is just so over the top. Like, I really like the voice actors just really leaning into that accent there. I do not like the look of this.
Huh. It's a turtle.
There. You guys recognize him?
Crying turtle? A forgotten love poem? What
It's
is
Boozkaboo.
going on?
Best to
Or
just let
Vuskav,
Karina
as he's known in the English translation.
and
But in the
Palomina
Japanese version, he's known as Boozkaboo, and he will forever be known as Boozkaboo, so... Sorry, guys. We're just making our way over the wall here, Karina.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Oh,
There's a bit of time of walking around. So we're basically grabbing a couple of tablets around here for, well, to be able to recite a love
I'm a
poem.
sucker for forbidden love stories. I gotta know what happened to those two.
I too am immensely intrigued by this rhyming riddle. Let us resume searching the room.
How's this?
Okay, I gotta learn a couple more abilities.
Awesome. Keep it up.
Gotta put pressure point on him, and then of course put it on... Yep, okay, cool.
Can't afford to play
I'm unstoppable.
Now the water vessel in a fight is pretty useful because it has this, you know, beam of water that you can use, as you saw there. And not only does it deal continuous damage to an enemy, what it also does, it puts them in these water bubbles. It's like a debuff, and whenever you attack an enemy like that enough, you can burst the bubble, which deals like extra AoE damage around that enemy. So it's like hugely useful against like clusters of enemies.
When I regard this relic,
That's another room down.
Now you
doing
could...
okay, Morley?
It's not
Oh no, wait, never mind.
just
Getting a
not
bit ahead of
accustomed
myself.
to Karina's enthusiasm.
Now after we get the next tablet, we could use another out of bounds over this wall to get to the tablet that is next in line.
oh, a
However,
subsequent stanza.
again, since we're playing on console, I have found that it takes more time to try to do that out of bounds than just taking the normal way, which isn't that far ahead anyway. It's just like right over there.
Like that? What drove them apart? I have to know.
The adjacent antechamber may have some answers.
This is your end. It's useless to run. On it.
And so the love story between the pair played out.
Change strategies again.
Something might have changed in the main room.
I bet that
Alright, now we
turtle's
recite the whole
guys don't
poem
like
to Vuskav, or Boozkaboo. And he won't be that happy about it.
that. Now we
This is a very sad poem. Because it's basically the story of how he and his lover got separated.
has lost himself in his haste. You must stop his rampage.
So he summons all these enemies to fight against us. Also, he has the most HP in the game. Like, he has about 60 million HP, as you just saw there, because you have to do this 3 times. Fun tidbit, though. The number that you saw there, like the 19,950,000 whatever, that is actually the release date of Seiken Densetsu 2, the original Trials of Mana in Japan. Like, I think it was the 30th of September 1995. And that is why he takes that amount of damage. Like a nice little reference.
So much for princely manners.
Yeah. Okay, now it goes from the other way around. Like, it shows the year first, then the month, and then the day. So yeah, 30th of September 1995. Again, the game is just chock full of Easter eggs and references and whatever it is from all throughout the series. Which for fans is great. Like, they're really treating, you know, the source material with respect, you can tell.
He is trying to tell us something. But what could it be?
We'll know once we catch up to him.
So now we're taking Booskaboo for a ride. And as it turns out, like, the mysterious figure that Palomino saw on the water earlier, you know, on top of the waves, is actually Booskaboo's lover, I guess? So they are finally able to be reunited after all these years apart. There she is. I think in the English version she's called Vuskalina. But Bowie the Hero, which you might know, another prolificent RPG speedrunner, at one point dubbed her Blueskaboo, which at least for me kind of stuck. So you have Booskaboo and Blueskaboo because now she's blue. And it's funny enough that I will stick with those names.
We can head to Guju and
Fight
find
me.
Gnome.
Are you friends with
I'll say it,
Gustav?
shoutouts to Bowie the Hero.
So that's why you figured it out.
We were initially talking if he wanted to provide commentary for the run, but because of, you know, real life obligations, he sadly was not able to make it. But you should all go ahead and go follow him because he's a great guy. He speedruns a lot of different RPGs, a lot of Mana games actually. Shining Force, Shadow Hearts. And if you're in the mood for any of those, definitely give him a follow. Then again, I would imagine everybody around here already knows of him and is following him. Right? Alright?
Now it almost
Thought
appears
so.
as if the desert is grieving its own destruction.
But yeah, we made it, thanks to Booskaboo, we've made it over to the Earth continent, so we are now en route to Guju. And hopefully Gnome, so we can figure out what's going on over here. But yeah, as you can see, it looks kinda grim around here, and that again is because the Alm of Earth, which was Liza earlier, Val doesn't know that yet, basically failed in her pilgrimage.
Better focus on completing this pilgrimage, huh?
Because yeah, this is basically what happens if an Alm doesn't go on their pilgrimage and sacrifice themselves to the mana tree. So, not so great. Not so great. Yes, absolutely.
Let's go find Gnome.
The developers
Or at
really
least
went
a friendly
all
face.
in on, you know, like the whole lore and bringing it all together with the references and everything just kind of fits neatly together. Which makes me all the more sad that Uka Studios, you know, the developers of the game, the studio was shut down, I think, within 24 hours of the game releasing. Like, I don't know, man, but that is just messed up.
Yes.
And yes, Sinus, he does. He does indeed. Which is also why he isn't streaming that much at the moment, but, well, you know, he has other responsibilities. Also, yeah, he will find Liza and what became of her, and yeah, she is basically, or has been turned into a statue. Because, you know, she was trying to run away from her responsibilities, from her duties. And, yeah, basically doomed them all.
Liza again. What was the point of it all?
And as you can tell, like, Val is starting to question more and more, like, the pilgrimage as a whole. Like, you know, why do people have to sacrifice themselves in order to keep the world going as it is? Which, you know, is a good question. And I think it's also one of the questions that a lot of players ask, like, from the get-go. Like, I've seen a lot of people, you know, not, let's say, vibe with the story from the get-go, because everybody was immediately questioning, okay, why are these people sacrificing themselves? Whereas the people in this world, you know, are like all in on the idea.
Always have hope.
Like, if you were to ask any of us, you know, like, you know, would you go on a pilgrimage and yeah, kill yourself at the end for the greater good or whatever? I don't know, man. Like, in today's climate, I don't think a lot of people would go ahead and do that. So I can definitely see there being a little bit of a disconnect between the story the game is trying to tell and what people nowadays, like its audience, would expect. And you kind of have to go quite a mile until the game is starting to also question or asking that exact question. It does eventually come around to that, but it might take a little bit longer than a lot of people would expect, I would say.
It opened. Now we can move forward.
But yeah, Gamuda Mines, we'll be doing more skipping.
Shall we proceed?
Because usually you have to go through all of these winding pathways to find these golems and, you know, hit these statues and whatnot. Or you can just go ahead and simply jump up this wall. That also just works. There's really no trick there. You literally just jump up.
I'm at full speed.
Because usually if you see like a little crack or something in a wall that looks like it could be a platform, it has collision. So you can go ahead and, you know, make use of that.
Is the power of the earth spirits heading toward the
So we're gonna
tower?
do the same thing
Something like
basically on the
that
other
today.
side.
We should endeavor to return to the entrance.
My clothes
And
are
you're
gonna
not
make a
supposed to
dust
just
cloud
jump
look
over this
like
wall,
my-
but we can.
I too fear for the condition of my fur after this foray.
Also, one thing you might notice whenever Palomina is talking, she always talks in alliteration. And once you notice it once, it's really hard to not pay attention to it every single time she talks.
That's
So,
the
you're
second
welcome.
one, right? Let's go back and check.
Honestly, this place feels more like ancient ruins than a working mine.
Sorry if I ruined that for you now.
All right.
But you're smart people, you would have figured it out eventually.
Well,
Bowie
we've
the
tried what we
hero.
can.
Also, for some reason,
Now
this is a
what?
cutscene that you are not able to skip.
We can go in, I guess.
I don't know why, but you know, you can see in the upper right corner. You can't skip it. Game won't allow
Something
you.
tells me this was a bad idea.
I mean, the music in the game is great, like in the whole series it is great. Like, it always has a bit of a melancholy to it, because again, these
The
stories
spirits have
are
gone into the tower.
way more mature in their material
Maybe Noah's in
than
there.
the graphics might lead you to believe.
Vote we follow.
However, I am also kinda bad with music. Like, it takes me a long while to recognize, like, common themes and whatnot in music. So, I will only very lightly commentate on the music, just to not make an absolute fool out of myself.
Why did they need to make everything so complicated inside this mine?
Gaian economy is based on mining. Maybe they felt protective over their resources.
That makes sense. My dad never liked people messing around in his workspace either.
Up here! I'm at full strength. We need your help.
So we're just going through these mines and, you know, pushing these things around into the center pillar to open up more pathways. Another thing that you can do on the PC version of the game, like Molly, has kind of an infinite air dash that you can make use of, which is quite a bit faster than just running around like this. However, it doesn't really work on console, because it's you have to basically hit like 2 buttons in frame perfect synchronization over, well, basically multiple times in succession, and that's just not feasible. It is way more lenient, once again, because it's, you know, related to the FPS on PC, which is another reason why the console run of this is like quite a bit slower than a PC version. Factor in like stuff like faster load times and you know, the things that we do with Karina, and it really starts adding up quickly. Okay, now comes the big question. Do we have enough EP on Morley to learn incandescence? I think we do. Yes, okay.
Just one place left.
This is like always a little bit nerve-wracking, because you kinda really want this, because it increases your critical hit rate by 70%, which is just ridiculous. But if you don't have it at this point, you just basically cry. I mean, you will eventually have the EP to get it, but obviously the earlier you get it, the more beneficial it will be for you. So why are these people still alive? Well, they're not people, they're monsters, but yeah, you get it. And really bad fights today. Like, usually everybody is already dead by the time first lunar globe runs out. The enemies really scatter a lot today. Not nice. Not nice. Yeah, this is the last statue that we have to push to place, and then we'll have another boss fight. Oop. Against another monster that you might remember from the series.
Did that noise come from the center?
There's a way down.
The spiritual power here feels
But just in
strange.
case things go south, I'm gonna make a quick safety save here.
Stagnated.
What beady eyes you have.
That's not like any mole I've ever seen. Careful, everyone! I got this.
Can take this.
Mighty elemental, emerge!
I'll deal with this.
Keep at it!
I'll cover you. Let's end this. I need you.
So we start with Val using his wind elemental break, and then Molly buffing himself. Didn't have defenseless on yet though. Using the lunar globe, and then just oh, that wasn't so great.
I can still fight.
You can tell that wasn't supposed to happen. That's fine.
Time to get to work.
Ish.
And that's
A Jewel Eater can be a little bit tricky depending on what he does. Like, ideally you get him before he does his little tantrum that we saw there. For some reason I was missing the damage. Just trying to think, did I miss anything? I don't think so. But yeah, like, even though we are playing on beginner difficulty, because we are starting to be so under-leveled and we're not buying basically any armor all throughout the run, obviously we are very quickly going into one-shot territory for our characters. Not necessarily one-shot territory, but just a very few hits and our characters will just die. So most of these boss fights are like a bit harrowing for sure. But yeah, as it turns out, Gnome had been eaten by the Jewel Eater there. Which, you know, again was another boss fight from Trials of Mana. And now that we have freed him, well, he's giving a little pep talk to the other Earth Elementals, so they should be able to grow that beanstalk that we were trying to grow. We can actually make our way to the monastery. Also, we are now riding on Booskaboo. And if you've known any of the Seiken Densetsu speedruns, we all like to spam a little emote whenever we are on Booskaboo and, you know, sounding the horn. So if you have access to the Seiken Densetsu honk emote, feel free to just spam the ever-living hell out of that whenever we are on Booskaboo.
Let's use the Meridian to travel.
Do you think it'll go any better?
And also I just noticed that is actually not my Twitch channel. I have an underscore at the end. So if anybody is around to correct that, that'd be great. Because I was not quick enough to get that username sorted. Will do. Yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. But yeah, we have the stalk grown, so we are now in Mileless Woods. So we are getting closer and closer to the mana tree. There hasn't been any sighting of Orin so far because, well, you know, neither he had access to that stalk just yet, so he probably had to climb that huge cliff on his own, potentially.
What happened to that big flower? Might it feed on the mana power of monsters?
So we might
perhaps?
still be able to catch up to him.
System between monster and plant. These woods are very interesting.
They were picking up another cookie. And since we have a couple forced encounters here as well as boss fights, we are using the cookie immediately to just increase our experience gain as much as we can, because again, we are starting to be very underleveled at this point.
Time to get to work.
So every little bit of experience that we can pick up to make our life a bit easier is very much welcome. That's the right one, thank you.
Oh, the flower's gone.
I suppose.
That was some jackstock. It just kept growing and growing.
Did you really need to jump on my back, though?
Slivers of moonlight.
Oh, it was the question mark instead of the underscore.
The enemies and their corresponding flora have been conquered.
That is very funny, actually. Like, I was wondering what that question mark was for. It's like, hmm?
There is but one
But now it makes sense.
It does not seem possible, let alone plausible.
Do you want to attack Molly? Thank you. Oh my god.
That's the rest.
Please kill, thank you. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, no worries, no worries.
The large
I was just
flowers
looking at
along
that, I was
the
like,
way.
huh? That looks a bit
Dark, it
funny.
seems.
That means we can keep moving
All good,
forward.
all good.
Let's get going.
Yeah, so now that we have killed the groups that correspond to the flowers that were blocking our way,
You got this is
can
very
proceed
valuable.
into Verdia's Burrow, where we will meet our 5th and final member for our illustrious party. And he's a beast. He is an absolute beast.
There's gotta be someone around playing that.
Like, you know, at this point in the game, you're probably already, if you're playing this casually, you're probably like 20 hours in. Or somewhere along those lines, and you're really starting to think, you know, like, okay, can I really make room for another party member, right? Because you've already gotten so attached to the 4 in the party so far.
Julie seems really knowledgeable.
But let me tell you, this last one,
lot
he
more
is
I
a
want to ask
doozy.
him.
I love him so much. Because, I mean, you know, we've all played RPGs, right? Where you get like a party of, say, 9 or 10 characters, but you can only take like 3 into battle. So very early on, you kind of establish like your party and just stick with it throughout the whole game. And it doesn't really matter who else joins because you have your favorites. And it's kind of hard to, you know, make those characters work in this story as well. Not with this guy though. Like, they've really integrated him really well into the, not only the story, but also just into the gameplay. And they've given him such a nice character that you just really want to, you know, spend time with him. At least I did. Like, he is a little shit, don't get me wrong, but in such an endearing way.
It can't be.
Oh, that's just really great.
That cry was.
We are buying weapons for Molly, because of course we are. And then we go back to the entrance and have another boss fight.
We need to weed
So yeah,
out
another
enemies like this one.
Trials of Mana boss fight, Grapplevine. You might remember him. In Trials of Mana you fight him way later than you do in Visions of Mana. But he is just as deadly here.
Right on target.
Oh god. What is all this poison?
Together. Thank you.
He has way more health than he should at this point, I feel like.
You're wearing it down.
Yes, now is the time to strike.
I don't know what it is, but something feels a bit off. Oh, well, still made it. Well, if I took a little bit... Ah, you know what? I think I forgot to cast defenses again, wasn't it? Because for some reason, Karina doesn't cast it on her own. You have to manually tell her to cast it, and I think I keep forgetting about it for some reason, which is, of course, not that great, because it's quite a bit of a damage increase for you. So I should not be forgetting that. But basically the whole deal here was, because, you know, we need an arm of wood. And what happens here is that the fairy comes along, or rather the sproutlings as they are called, which are basically like the seeds of the mana tree. They start to bloom. And like the biggest and most beautiful of the blooms will be named the Arm of Wood. However, the sproutlings around the burrow here had not bloomed yet, so Julie, who is the custodian of the burrow, you know, he keeps watering his friends basically, and is all alone the whole time, had started to be a little bit worried However, Jule is a sproutling, you know, he's like thousands of years old or something.
The mana tree is so
And he
close
basically doesn't question destiny, and he doesn't try and fight against his own fate. Like, you know, he's just taking it in stride. It's like, okay, if they don't bloom, well, we don't get an arm of the wood, and, well, we just die. Well, I guess that's it. And the party kind of start kicking him into action to, you know, actively do something about this so this catastrophe doesn't happen. And he's very reluctant about it because it's just not his way. But he eventually relents, and that leads to the fight against Grapplevine, because Grapplevine had, I guess, also eaten Dryad, which is the element of the wood. Which is, again, while none of the Broutlings had sprouted yet.
Not
Because they
people,
need a
but
Dryad
looks
for
like
that.
Monsters sure do. Tread carefully.
Okay, we're doing a bit more out of bounds shenanigans here. Sadly, I got trapped in this little plateau here, but we should be able to get out of this. No? Oh god. Okay, this is... you know what? Let's just try this again. It is really tricky once you get trapped on this little plateau here, because you can tell you're not supposed to be there. But sometimes you just bump against that invisible wall and then you just get dragged down to it. But yeah, we avoided it this time. Okay, cool. If they watch the PC speedrun of this area, they basically do one of these launches at the entrance to the area. And then they just use like the infinite air dash with Molly to just fly across all of this. You don't see any of where I'm walking through here right now in the PC version.
They might be pretty.
Because they just completely fly in a straight line to the exit.
Noted. Then we shall stick to
But
the
like I
tree
said,
trunks
that just
and
is
make
not
preparation to visit the
workable
tower.
on the PlayStation or on the console versions of the game, because your FPS is not high enough, which makes that very tricky to execute and basically impossible.
Years, thanks to Val and the
Like, I think only one runner has been able to replicate this technique on console, and he admitted he used a macro script for it, which obviously is not allowed during a speedrun. So, yeah, it's just not a technique that we can replicate on the console version of the game, sadly.
Oh wow, this place is beautiful.
The youngest looking old man character you've ever seen. Yeah, that is basically Jule, for sure.
Fanciful fairy tale.
I assume every convoy before us has also...
Okay, so we'll just quickly get into this fight to refill our mana gauge. We're already full. Nice.
Hina, I'm coming.
Those will need it for the next fight. So we are now in the mana, or at the entrance to the mana sanctuary.
Don't mind if
And
I
there
do.
is a big boulder there where the mana sword is stuck in.
Finally. We've
And as it so
arrived at the
happens,
domain
this is
of the
also where we
map.
meet Auron again. And he uses Hina's Core Stone, if you remember, to basically grab the Sword of Mana. However, in doing so, he also unleashes... Oh, a little bit too soon there.
Fire!
This angry fella.
Hina's core stone. I won't let him.
I never saw my
Oh, this is Deilophos, who has been trapped in that rock for ages, basically. And he is not too amused of having been released. I mean, he kinda is, but he was very angry that he was in there in the first place. And he basically swats away Auron and grabs the mana sword for himself. And again, we have to try and go through this fight a bit quickly if we can. Please don't kill me. Oh boy, where is he going? Where is he in the first place? There you go. Because we still need the cookie for the next boss fight, which is coming right after. So yeah, Deilophos is now in control of not only the mana sword, but also Hina's Core Stone, which is bad news all around. And we don't really have, like, we have some kind of clue who he is,
I'm worried for
but also not really. All we know, however, is that he will go around the world now and unleash the god beasts, the Benevodons, which apparently he himself sealed away like eons ago. So, yeah, something is not quite right here. And before he left, he said that Earth will be first, which leads us to believe that, first of all, we need more SD3 honks in chat, please. Thank you. And, yeah, we will go back to Guju and see what's going on there. Also, interesting gameplay fact. You can use the meridians to warp around the place, as we've seen earlier before. But you can only warp around on a continent. You can't warp across continents. So, you know, traveling by Booskaboo and by ship and whatever is still mandatory
Where's our next stop?
in order to get around the world at this point. There we go, Jaguju. What tells us that a very unfriendly looking guy was heading to the Cape.
And there's Liza's statue to worry about as well.
Lauren. Liza.
So we're just rushing over to Liza's statue. Because, oh god, there they are. So yeah, Delphos goes ahead, kills Orin, shatters Liza's statue, and essentially killing her as well. But since Val was around, he turns both of them into core stones. So technically, we now have a working core stone of the Arm of the Earth.
I'll remember. And I'll
Which I guess is a good thing. But then again, on the side of bad things, Delphos is also gonna ahead and release the Benevolent of Earth, Gareth. Which is a big old beastie that we now somehow have to fight. Yes, he has been there for a very long time. Basically, like I said, ever since the sacrifices have started. Which, interesting. I wonder why that is. But yeah, this is the dialogue, which, if you remember, was the lover of Prim in Secret of Mana. So now they are both boats in Visions of Mana.
That's one way to board.
Oh no. Aim for its weak point.
Okay, let's hope I don't mess up the shots here. Because yeah, Gareth is way too big to fight conventionally, so we use the cannons on the dialogue to shoot at him. So you want to destroy 2 of his weak spots, each need 2 shots. Then you want to go away and use your class strike. This will kind of bug Gareth out, because we are now at a phase transition. And usually what Gareth does is he makes this huge jump like this, but jumps over the boat. But since we use the class strike, for some reason it messes with his AI. So that he doesn't do the jump, and he also does it a little bit earlier. So instead of jumping over us, he will just phase through the boat in just a moment over here. So we're just gonna stay on the cannon and keep shooting him to damage him a little bit more into the second phase. And there he goes. He just completely phases through the boat. He's not supposed to do that normally, as you can imagine. And now we are properly in the second phase of the fight. Now we want to try and not get hit at all with Val here. But I think I already took a bit of damage. Yeah. Rats. Oh well, whatever. Because if you don't get hit during a fight, you gain a little bit more experience. I'm not quite sure what hit me or when it hit me though. A bit confusing. Because I'm pretty sure I went into the fight. Yeah, I must have went into the fight with full HP. Oh well. Not a huge loss, but whatever. They were basically already at the threshold where he will go into the final phase of the fight. Like, even if I continue shooting him now, he is HP gated, so I shouldn't be able to deal any more damage to him, unless I'm actually not at the gate, but pretty sure we are there, so I'm just gonna hit him a couple more times for good measure. But yeah, I will have to rewatch that footage and see where I took that damage. But the main point is that we get into this fight with the cookie intact, because that is way more valuable than getting a flawless fight. The thing with flawless fights is also only the damage to the character that you are actively controlling matters. So if either Karina or Molly at the moment were to get attacked and take damage, that is not counted against you when it comes to if you've got a flawless fight or not. Only if Val took damage, because I'm actively in control of him. But yeah, the fight at this point is basically over. You just have to wait for him to actually go into the final phase of the fight. So you're just, yeah, sitting around, waiting. It is a little bit like, oh god, what's his name? Gal Moren, something like that? Oh. So you'd think you would have to shoot in his mouth or something, but you can just shoot at his belly because the cannonball strikes, you know, straight and just damages him, and after 2 shots, the fight is over. But did I actually get hit, or did I just not go into the fight with full HP? Yeah, without taking damage. Okay, so we still got it. Nice. So I did take the damage before the fight, though. Alright. Interesting. Well, I mean, I'll take it. I'm not complaining, don't get me wrong here. But yeah, so Darren Moran, there we go. Yeah, so we have defeated our first Benevodon, and we got the Lumina Lantern, which is another elemental vessel.
Even if we wanted to get Hina's core stone back.
And now Palomina has the idea, well, she has a friend in the Lograzzo archives, which is like the whole knowledge base of the whole world. And maybe we can go ahead and ask the people there that could help us.
Books there, right?
More than I have ever witnessed around the world. They say all knowledge is housed in...
And in the archives, we will meet a very, very, very important character. Some might say he's the best character in the game. Others say he is the best character in the whole series. Who is that? Oh, wow. I'm not spoiling it. You will see in just a moment for yourself. Da, 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 da.
It's so gloomy here.
Oop.
The name does this place justice. It sure is dark. Where should we look for Aesh? I guess in town is as...
We're looking for Aesh? It's me? Kind of.
Aesh is certainly interesting, but he
Well, thank you, Val. So yeah, there's a character in this game called Aesh. He is the head curator of the Dark Archives. I just want to go on record, I had the name before this game came out.
Okay. If I were
It's always kind of funny to run into.
Where would I be?
But yeah, the scholars here are a little bit weird. Like, there is a support that is about to break and the whole building is about to collapse. And now they make you run around and look for a replacement for that, because apparently nobody has filed the right format, or the right files or whatever. So they are a little bit behind on the delivery on it.
Right, so
Bureaucracy, am I right?
for building support, where would I be?
Nope.
Guess it's
We take this oversized fork, because it has the exact length that we need. There are a couple other people that you can talk to around here who all have like different items
size. Now
that could be the right size but are not. But you get some funny dialogues out of them. So if you have the time, you know, go around and explore a little bit more than we are here. But funnily enough, the building support that they are using here
My word.
turns out to be the Shade site, which is the Dark Elemental Vessel and also the last one out of the 8. So we have all of the Elemental Vessels now.
Sounds like we all had a tough time with this little adventure. Better gear up and make sure I'm ready to take on the Passagian Tomespire.
So we're basically looking for knowledge on Daleophos and the God Beasts and what we can do. Which is why we have to go to this Tome Spire to find like a forbidden tome to have a little bit of a read up. And while we do that, we'll also go to Jule and give him the Shade Sight. I'm just gonna let this play out for you. Not quite sure what the deal is with the cherries and the strawberries. But, oh well. It looks cute, I guess. We're gonna learn all of this.
I'm starting to dig it. The elements are all around us.
Yeah. There's nothing. Go wild. Don't use. Like, I didn't believe that because, like, if you know the series a little bit more, like, the Mana games, I don't want to say quite often, but they had, like, companion characters. Like, if you think of Final Fantasy Adventure, you know, you often had, like, some NPC accompanying you who helped you in battles and whatnot. And Visions of Mana kinda made that a thing again. Because a lot of the times there's like an NPC accompanying you, right? In the start it's Hina, now it's Aeshmah for a little bit, and there are a couple others. And I was kind of glad to see that they brought that back, so I didn't necessarily think of pairs in that sense, but I can see what you mean.
He devised an entire structure.
Like, the biggest disappointment, I guess, for me in a way, is that Aeshmah isn't the playable character, even though he's very central to the rest of the plot from here on out. And I guess spoilers for a little bit in the future. He's also the only Alm that is not playable. Well, at least the only Alm that is alive that is not playable. Make of that statement what you will.
Is that so? Well, in that case, basically everything Aeshmah said. As soon as I digress and leave.
Hey! That's rude, Karina.
This construct becomes curiouser and curiouser the further we progress.
Aeshmah doesn't seem bothered by it.
I mean, I've seen it before, Molly.
Strange.
I must make a point to mention these phenomena to Aeshmah at a later time.
But I hope he has answers for them.
Sure do. But I won't be sharing that on April 1st. You would think me insane? We're just quickly making our way through this area here.
The Dugbears will love this.
Making extensive use of the Shade Sight and the basically grappling hook capabilities it brings.
Nice timing.
Karina, is your companion by any chance one of the legendary?
Yeah, it's a pretty
secret
cool looking
beasts?
area.
Is this the first time you noticed Ramco was here?
Apologies for the late introduction. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ramco.
Don't mind if I do.
This one always gets me because I'm always confused where to go in that room. And then you just look at the map, it's like, oh yeah, right, that wall goes away.
I'll be taking this.
It's you.
So these are all mandatory fights that we have to get through in order to continue.
My gamut of knowledge broadens too.
Now, I'm starting to wonder if I set the AI incorrectly or something. Oh, these enemies are definitely living longer than I'm used to them living. Okay, we will change our party here. Then we switch to the little guy. And we'll make our safety save here. And from this point forward, our boss fight strategy will change quite drastically, because as it turns out, the Shade Side Elemental Break is quite busted. Like it normally isn't, but it has a unique property to it. So let's see if I can make it work.
We have arrived. The book we need.
Purposefully putting monsters in his place is a bit extreme.
So you might remember this guy again from Trials of Mana, Zenoa. In the speedrun, a big hurdle. In this one, not so much. Like in the speedrun for Trials of Mana. Let's see. Yep, there we go. That was the fight. So as you might tell, this is quite broken and absolutely not how this is supposed to go. So what happens here is the elemental break for the Shade Side is basically like a black hole, right? You shoot this thing out, it sucks all the enemies in, and it explodes once, dealing damage once. However, if you switch characters, what basically happens is like the game does this little time warp effect where it slows down significantly and then, you know, zooms into the next character that you switch to. If you time it correctly, this, well, slow down of time also affects the black hole effect from the elemental break, and it basically stretches the time frame where that explosion happens. So instead of hitting an enemy once, it hits them once every frame.
Note to self.
And yeah, I guess you can kind of see where this is going in relation to boss fights, where you can just absolutely shred them to pieces in a single application of this technique.
Yes.
And this is kind of what breaks this game wide open now, because not only do we have all these skips and out of bounds, we can now also not necessarily skip boss fights. We still have to, you know, get into them, but they are mostly a non-issue. The only thing is that this does not work on dark elemental enemies, because they are immune to dark damage. So we still have to fight anything that is like dark elemental, like the Benevolent of Darkness, which we are about to face. I'll say what we've been doing here, we are basically grabbing materials for this torpedo, which Aesh intends to use on Deilophos to try and weaken him, because he is way too powerful for us. We would have no chance in a direct confrontation with Deilophos. And Deilophos actually surprises us here. He springs our trap a bit too early. And he sadly survives the torpedo and is now on his road also into the Tomb Spire to release the Benevolent of Darkness. Of course we can't have that, so we chase him there. Favorite character outfits? Yep, Molly's Dryad. I am an absolute sucker for samurai. Like most of my speedruns, if not... And not all of them, but the vast majority of them are like samurai-centric. Like Ghost of Tsushima, Ghost of Yotei, Onimusha, a bunch of others. I really am like the samurai speedrunner. And I shit you not, like Molly's samurai outfit was one of the reasons I picked up the speedrun, and then I was really sad when I found out he's not actually being used. Because sadly the Dryad's brick, the elemental vessel of wood, isn't that great. Like, it's nice in casual play, it's more like a defensive option. But yeah, in a speedrun it's just not usable. because it like regenerates your HP and MP. Again, it's great, but in a speedrun you really don't need that, especially if you're playing on beginner difficulty.
Which way should we
And
go?
Molly's Nightblade, like the moon vessel that we have equipped here, is just so much more powerful than the wood vessel to begin with.
Here on your own, Aesh?
Oh no, I never made it this
Like if you ever switch moon off of Molly, like what the hell are you even doing? It is way too OP. Another little trick here, like the elemental vessels of course have cooldowns. However, if you switch party members, it gets rid of all the cooldowns for your elemental vessels, so you can immediately use them again. Now obviously this doesn't work in a fight, but it works outside of the fight, so we can use that to very quickly refill our elemental gauge, so we can use the elemental breaks whenever we get to a boss fight.
Nice, got it.
Coming up is another throwback to Trials of Mana. A lot of Trials of Mana throwbacks in this one. Which will be the Benevolent of Darkness. If you have played Trials of Mana, any version, you will remember this one. I am very sure of it.
For one to gain.
It is Zabelfar. So who else could it be?
Silhouette. So this is Zabelfar.
Really like to make an entrance.
The Benevodon is sure to be no match for this contouring.
So again, we can't use the Shadeside Shredder as I called out against it. We have to fight it normally.
They provide some
Luckily, Molly really excels at air combat, so this thing is just making itself a huge disservice by being, well, you know, in the air.
in theory.
Kinda stupid, honestly.
Is visible.
Problem is, I don't have enough CS at the moment. Yeah, the camera is freaking out here a little bit. So you kind of just have to feel it out.
All three look injured. We can do this.
Don't waste time. What's your advantage now?
I don't think I get enough CS from this now, do I? Ah, God, we are so close. I can still do it. Yeah, it took a little bit longer, but oh well, it is what it is. But yeah, that was that fight. Without taking damage too. Very nice, very nice.
I cannot believe it.
The magic recipe. Oh, you mean for the torpedo? That is actually a very good question. I don't know. I wonder if it's like another throwback to a different game in the series that I haven't played, but I haven't looked it up.
Shall we give Vuskov a call and get a ride to Lorimar?
We'd be lost without Vuskov's help. I gotta thank
Because sadly, I haven't played every game in the series. I've played a bunch of them, but for example, I have never played Dawn of Mana, which is canonically the 4th game in the mainland series. I have played Legend of Mana though. I know a lot of people confuse, Legend of Mana as the 4th game in the series, which is actually not true.
Ah, that's the stuff. Just feel that sunlight. It's almost too bright out here. In the archives for so long.
Okay, yeah, story-wise, defeated the second Benevodon now. We don't quite know where Dalephos is, but Aesh has been named the Alm of Darkness. So really the only thing that is missing at the moment is the Alm of Light, which is why the party decides to go to Terratio, where, well, the Alm of Light is from. and see what's happening there, because so far, like, every alm has had trouble being named. Like, every area we went to, we always had to, you know, resolve some kind of conflict to get the alm ceremony going. So obviously the same thing is going to happen here.
Better check on the performance.
And as it turns out, like, their ceremony to summon the fairy and get the alm named is that they perform a play called Dalephos and Cerulia, which recounts the tale of, well, Dalephos and Cerulia. And, you know, since we are basically fighting a guy named Dalephos, it's like, oh, is that the same guy? Can we learn something about him from watching this play? The problem being that all of the actors have some form of amnesia at the moment, so none of them can learn or even remember their lines. However, the lunar lantern kinda has you know, an effect that clears the mind, so to speak. Like, it is basically the aspect of truth, and that is what we use to basically lift this curse off of them, so that they can actually go ahead and perform that play for us.
The goddess's heroic...
We're lucky the Lumina lantern works so fast. We gotta get the troop leader to remember her part. She should be on stage. Time to bust out the Lumina lantern one more time.
So we were able to get all the actors together. But as it so happens, the troop leader is not in the playhouse anymore. You have to wander around and find her. Oh.
No.
For a moment, I mistook that man for Dalephos himself.
Oh yeah, there's also a little bit of a, you know, running gag going on here with the actor playing Dalephos looking so much like the Dalephos that we have met earlier. That everybody just freaks out when they see him. Which, I mean, is fair.
Beloved.
But it kind of goes to show how much that actor is into it. But he has a very different voice.
We must keep a weather eye.
You will
on her
hear at least one
whereabouts.
line off his in a moment. And if you compare that to how the real Dalephos sounds, it's like very funny. But yeah, as it turns out, the troop leader is under some kind of trance and she's just aimlessly wandering towards this temple. We're hot on her trail.
This reminds me of when Palomino went off on her own in Zata.
How far is our troop leader planning to go? It could be dangerous.
Yeah, that was him. It could be dangerous. But don't get me wrong, I think that voice actor did a phenomenal job with it. It's just, yeah. It really sounds so over the top and funny. To me, at least. Can't help but laugh at it. But, yeah, Wendell Temple. Again, Wendell. You might know it from the series. Has one of my favorite songs in the whole game. Like, it is phenomenal. I really, really love this theme.
Odd that Aesh had no interest in observing the Benevodon.
I think he was preoccupied with the actors and what happened to them.
I see. A stranger phenomenon superseding the interest in the first. That does sound like him.
Thanks. I don't know if that was a compliment or not, Palomino.
Keep your guard up walking through here. Get ready.
But yeah, as you can see, our elemental gauge is kind of empty, so we'll, well, won't really take the encounters, but we will get into them. Refill it.
Huh? That voice. Can no one else hear it?
Also, all throughout this dungeon, Val will continuously hear Dalephos. Oh, that was a pretty good launch. Could have used that earlier.
How's this? Got it. Is this right?
So again, if you watch the PC speedrun of this, they just fly all over this place, like it's all out of bounds movement. It looks really good. But again, sadly we can't do that on console.
I would never have left her side had I known.
Wait, there it is again. Is that voice Dalephos?
So as we've learned from the actors and what we have been able to piece together about Delphos' past so far is that the play that they put on and the actual historical recounting of what happened don't quite line up. Like, the tale goes that eons past, Delphos was a great general in a war, Alvard's War, to be precise, if you remember that. And at some point he met Cerulean, who he fell in love with. And he basically, you know, left the battlefield to go and live out his life in peace with her. However, the war wouldn't stop. And at some point he was recruited by the goddess of mana herself to travel the world and defeat the Benevolence in order to stop the war. Because, you know, they were wreaking havoc all over the place. So she equipped him with a mana sword and bound all the elemental vessels and by effect the elemental spirits to him. And he alone went around the world and banished all 8 Benevolence. And as the story goes, after he had done that, he was allowed to, well, live out his life in peace with Cerulean after he had done that. So, why is he so hecking angry?
Guess it's my turn. I think
Yeah, doing a quick safety save here, because we have a boss fight coming up. And because of a boss fight coming up, you know what that means. We'll switch to Julie. We will eat a cookie.
Using this.
Then we fight this guy with a frost gigas.
Come on.
Christmas, anybody? Gonna be Santa all over again? Gotta be a little bit careful at the start of the fight here. Yep, because of that, exactly. God damn it. Ah, come on. Let me out. Nope, okay. Hey, he has a couple of different openings he can do. This was like one of the worst ones, as you could probably tell. Where he just throws Julie in place. Ah, well, at least we got him on the first Shadeside Shredder. Because the problem is, if you don't get this Shadeside Shredder, you basically just have to go ahead and reload the save, because there is no second go at this. You could obviously try, depending on how much damage you actually dealt to the boss, try to finish it normally, but the later we are in the game, obviously the longer that fight would take, because the enemies are getting stronger and stronger. Whereas in comparison, we are basically getting weaker and weaker because we're not leveling up that much.
All I wanted.
So to be fair, it is kind of interesting to see how high your level is at the end of the speedrun anyway. I think we finished in the high 40s, I want to say. So it's actually not that low of a level. It's just, you know, our equipment and our skills and whatnot are wholly under level.
If the light passes through, the floor appears.
Or underdeveloped, I should say. Just to differentiate the terms a little bit.
Light leads the way to truth in all things, you might say, including the floor.
That is kind of terrifying, Palomino.
Val, you were touching your chest. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's probably nothing. It's just a bruise. Don't worry about me.
I think he's been acting weird since we got to Wendell, personally.
I agree.
Just one more look.
One of the things that I really like about this game is that the banter between the characters when you're just walking around, you know, you hear them talk between each other quite a lot. And I know that a lot of games do this nowadays, but I think in this game specifically, it really adds to the story because it's not just, you know, idle chatter. It actually is story related, and they are talking about, you know, things about the story that you don't necessarily hear in the cutscenes themselves. Like, it's really good world building and character development all in one. And I really, really appreciate that.
Show us the wonders of mana.
And we're already up to the next boss.
Up. Are we above?
Like even like minute details, you know, like Palomina way back when we went through Arvid's pasture, you know, like touching upon that war that happened there. Like eventually it turned out to be like an actual plot point in the game story.
The Benevodon and Delphos. Be wary of both.
Which, you know, you could just take away as like, you know, oh yeah, it's kind of some nice world building that I've done there. But no, they actually managed to tie that back into the main plot. Which I think is really neat when developers are able to do that. Like, it really just goes to show how well thought out the story really is. Oh, that's very good, very good. Take that fight. Sadly, we did get damage there, so we did lose out on a bit of experience, but oh well, it'll be fine. Yeah, that was Salafia, the Benevodon of Light. Easy peasy, no lemon squeezy. And what happens basically now is that, you know, remember, yeah. We're still missing one arm, the Arm of Light. And I told you that the Arm of Darkness Aesh is the only non-playable arm that is alive. So what does that mean? Well, Val is not only the Soul God now, he is also now the Arm of Light. He has, you know, this double function. Which is also interesting because obviously this is the first time this has ever happened. You know, that a Soul God has become an arm. But because he is an arm now, he is also allowed to go to the mana tree. Because normally what happens, back when we were at the entrance to the Mana Sanctuary, you know, where basically Delphos was freed from the rock, is where the Soul Guide would leave the arms alone, so they would go the end of the path to the mana tree alone, because, you know, they are in the Mana Sanctuary, obviously nothing bad's gonna happen there. Because the Soul God is not allowed in the presence of the mana tree. However, since Val is now an arm, he as the Soul God is allowed into the Sanctuary. So a lot of firsts happening in the story, or, you know, in the history of the world pertaining to the story.
Let's use the meridian to travel.
But yeah, of course, we have to make our way back there first. Why we activated all these meridians a while earlier, about an hour or so.
Let's get a move on. I think a break is in order.
I'll say the only reason why we were able to escape Delphos when we first encountered him was because Trent intervened.
Wish we'd been able to thank Trent for his help earlier.
Again, you might remember Trent from Legend of Mana, where you could go to the orchard and, you know, grow the produce that you could use to level up your little monsters there. There he is. But he's kind of the guardian to the entrance of the Mana Sanctuary, where the Mana Tree is.
Now it's off to see the Mana Goddess.
Yeah, now we're on the Mana Sanctuary, and the view from this thing is just phenomenal. I mean, just look at this for a moment. Like, this looks fantastic.
We got bigger fish to fry.
Like, the game might not be, you know, the most realistic looking game or whatever. Like, you know, I don't know, Call of Duty or what have you. But the art direction for this is phenomenal.
Must take into account the change in habitat. Could evolution have played a part in creating this many subspecies? Or perhaps...
Should we permit
I'm checking another shortcut here.
Words will not reach him at this stage, I believe.
Oh, good launch.
It figures.
So as you can see, you can gain quite some height if you pause buffer this at the right moment. But again, it's very tricky, and to get like the most amount of height, it's basically frame perfect, at least on console. Again, it's more lenient on PC. Yeah, just quickly making a safety save here. Like, the game does have auto saves that I could just load if something goes wrong. The problem is if I accidentally load something else than the autosave, the game immediately overwrites the autosave. And our progress would be lost, and the run would basically be... I wouldn't be able to finish the run, basically. Also, another reference to Visions of Mana. This is Vadis, the Dragon Princess over there. Now, we're actually not fighting her, we're fighting all these rabbits. But she also has a little test for us.
When tilling the lands to bear fruit, one must bear in mind the myriad disasters they will face. Extinguish the bane that threatens to incinerate all.
Yeah, the skybox is incredible. But also just the look of the whole sanctuary and everything. It looks just so good, so vivid. Like, it's crazy how good this looks. Oh.
Your next trial. Bring it on. I'm ready for anything.
As many rounds as it takes.
Though mortals yearn for the future, they are hindered by the shackles of their past. Expel the knowledge that leads mortals astray.
This will continue until we can come up with an answer.
That is correct.
So it's always the same pattern here that you have to destroy these things in. It's always fire, darkness, and the last one will be light. And they're also always in the same position, so yeah, there's really no guesswork going on there.
Final one?
The only guesswork, I guess, is why Vadis takes damage when you kill all these rabbits. It's probably just emotional damage. I don't know.
As Alm of Light, surely you can decipher the truth from that which is false. Discern your truth, and yours alone.
Val, you can decipher it.
Again, the one that you have to destroy is always in the same position, so there's no guesswork involved here, actually. It's always the one in the back. But it's actually its starting position, so it's really easy. Oh, that was already the fight. But yeah, obviously we are now coming up onto the mana tree, and the mana tree obviously is like a central figure, like in the mana series, so it is very important to the whole story, and it is probably the best looking mana tree they have ever had in the series. If you thought the sanctuary looked good, wait until you see this. Like just this area.
Here? In the sanctuary? Well,
And then with the music and the water.
Time to go.
Like, tell me that you're not getting shivers down your spine right now. Ah. It's incredible. But yeah, this is also where we learn the state of the world, or rather why the world is in the state it's in. Here we meet Coda. He is basically the guardian of the mana tree, and he is also an ancestor of Val's. So what basically happened like eons ago is with this war of Arvid's Pasture, where Daleophos went and defeated the Benevolence. There were 5 realms, and this war sapped the mana energy, or the flow of the mana energy between these 5 realms, so much that the goddess basically smashed them all into one to be order to preserve them. And that cost her so much power that she fell into a deep slumber. And since Daleophos was out to kill her, Coda fought with Daleophos, and they basically killed each other. However, Coda actually died, whereas Daleophos was just encased in this rock. But since his negative emotions were so strong, it basically created a curse that seeped into the land and poisoned it. And in order to combat that,
Now then, with Ramco's permission,
the elementals tried to combat it, but they were, you know, sapped of their energy in turn. So they needed to refresh the mana energy, and that is when the sacrifices through the alms was basically initiated. Because if the alms sacrifice themselves in front of the mana tree, it basically replenishes the mana energy for the mana elementals, so they can keep fighting Daleforce's curse.
Let's focus on
And that is basically how the world state, as the characters know it, came to be.
You're headed toward Longren, I see.
At the same time, the remaining Benevolons tried to attack the Mana Sanctuary, but were not able to penetrate the shield because it is still under the goddess's protection. However, they are just out in the world now, out and about, wreaking havoc. And we are now basically flying around the world on Flammy, because, spoilers, Ramco turns out to be Flammy. I guess nobody saw that one coming.
The chief is sure to know what's going on in Longren.
And yeah, we basically have to go ahead and fight the rest of the 5 Benevolons.
What?
Which, of course, are all tied to the element that our 5 characters represent, right? We have the Benevolon of Wind, which is related to Karina. We have the element, the Benevolon of Water, which obviously correlates to Palomina. Moon, which is Morley. Wood, which will be Jule. And then the final Benevolon that we'll be fighting is the Benevolon of Fire, which obviously relates to Val and Hina.
Just explain the plan.
I mean, technically, Seraphina, the Benevolon of Light, relates to Val because he now is the Arm of Light, but he's also from the Fire Village, so yeah, you get it. Just extension.
Will I learn? I should just.
But yeah, basically the Benevolon of Wind here is holed up in the Wind Sanctuary, but there is this huge rock blocking the way to the Sanctuary. And, well, we need help to get that rock out of the way, right? So Karina is trying to recruit everybody from the village to try and help push that rock out of the way. However, in the process, she kind of like alienates everybody because she wasn't so nice to them and they weren't so nice to her. So there's like this huge fallout happening. But yeah, at the end of it, they tried to push this rock, this massive rock face, out of the way. And I'm not quite sure what they were expecting to happen there. But I'm just gonna let this play for just a moment to see how absolutely ludicrous this is. Because I think if I skip it, I skip the whole thing. It should just take a minute or two. Don't worry, we're still underestimated. But
my own mistrust of people came back to get me. I didn't place my faith in them, so why should they place any in me? In fact, the original
but yeah, obviously these whole side stories, I guess, that we are following now, which are part of the main plot, kind of lead to a lot of character development in everybody.
The wind element was really just me overcompensating for how little the villagers believed in me. I don't know.
Like Karina coming to terms, how her relationship with the villagers led to how she treated them, and so on and so forth.
I wasn't committed enough. But now, after such a long adventure, I can say for sure that I want what's best for the world, and especially for my home in the Vale. The thought that we could lose everything, all the people we've met, the places we've seen, the memories we've made, I won't let that happen. I'm ashamed of how I wanted the Vale to beg me to save them. I'd never do that again. Not now that I've seen so much of the world. Now it's up to me to prove that I've changed. I'll do whatever it takes to save Longren. I won't let anyone or anything get in my way. But I can't do it alone. Please, help me. And here
yeah, up to this point, like Karina was always like the brash character. Always trying to do everything alone or by herself.
No one could refute your current resolve, Karina. All you need do is rally and resume your efforts to remove the rock.
Give the villagers a chance to see your hard work. It may take time, but they will come around eventually.
We can't let them all down. We'll be the winds of change that fix things for the Vale.
Thank you all so much. We've got this, Ramco. Don't worry.
But the reason they can't use Ramco / Flammy to just fly over it is because Ramco is really afraid of going to the Wind Sanctum. But yeah, I mean, I'm really not sure what they were expecting to happen there. Like,
We may have
this is tons and tons of rock lying in the way.
Where there's a will, there's a... Oh, who are we kidding?
But yeah, of course, eventually the villagers come to help, and even they are not able to push it away, but then Silver comes and just blasts it with a gust of wind, and, you know, they are free to proceed. But, like, that whole series of events is just, like, a little bit... Huh? What were you really expecting there, guys? I mean, it is very dramatic, don't get me wrong. It's just, you know, if you look at it, it's like... Okay, quickly switching Val out for Julie again.
But I still haven't gotten a straight answer.
And I think after Vandal, this might be my second favorite area, just music-wise. Because let's be real, this is a horrible, horrible area, because it's so easy to get lost in. Because this thing like twists and turns all around you. But it does have nice music. Like, I feel like the dragon people there are like very Asian flavored, if you want.
Yeah, I think they got it. They know you can.
And you can kind of pick it out with the instrumentation here. It's kind of like very oriental.
Well, I trust the wind. Even if the atmosphere in this place could use some work.
Right.
At least it does feel so to me.
Don't mind if I do. Come on.
But yeah, this is another area where the PC version just has a huge advantage over consoles. Because once again, at the start, you can just use Karina to just go way high into the air. And then use Molly's infinite air dashes to just basically skip all of this.
Got it.
Whereas on the console version, you actually have to, you know, go through this whole thing the normal and intended way, mostly.
No.
Like a peasant on the ground.
Perhaps Sylphid is simply watching over us.
Yes, exactly. Like if you watched her or looked closely at her during the cutscenes, right? Like the outfit she has right now is also kind of samurai inspired, I want to say. Like with the shoulder plate and all. So also very Eastern. Yes, yes.
The Dugbears will love this.
Which way did we come from again? Was it that one?
It's hard to keep track of which route to use. For me.
Onward and upward.
But hey, like I said, I'm a sucker for samurai and samurai games, so I'll take it any day, every day.
How's this? I'll be taking this.
Leave it to me. I think a break.
Another safety save here. But for some reason, and I've never quite understood why, is there's another interaction that we have to use over here to open this wind bridge. But if you save after activating this wind bridge and you load that save, it puts you before the activation again. Not quite sure what's going on there, but there's no reason to make the save after you've activated it, because again, if you load it, it undoes that action.
Are these two twins? They look identical. Afraid so.
But these are bosses, again, that you fought in Trials of Mana, separately though. And in this game they just lumped them together. Oh no, we still did it, okay. I thought I was too early there. So I was a little bit afraid that the technique didn't work. But we made it.
Can we avoid family feuds from here on out?
Yeah.
You went to a
Those monster
samurai
siblings are
museum?
Something else. Come on, let's get going.
If you could feel the envy in me welling up right now. Nah, it's fine. I hope you liked it. I have actually played Dust, yes. I was actually thinking of picking up the speedrun for it at some point, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. But it's a nice game, I liked it. I think it was one of the very first games that I played on PlayStation 4 back in the day.
Let's gather some more.
Because I think I got it through PlayStation Plus. Not quite sure on that, but yeah, I definitely played it. It was a neat game. A speedrun friend of mine, Murtag, he does speedruns of it.
I'll deal with this.
There's a very interesting tech in that one as well.
Huh? Julie, did you say something?
Nope, not me. Are you hearing things?
Maybe. Sounded like someone called my name. Never mind, it's probably nothing.
Wait, no, this one. Yeah. So you can kind of see that the background is a bit washed out. This is actually because of the shade side shredder that we used in the boss fight earlier. Because again, because of this zooming in effect or time slowdown when you change your characters, and we kind of mess that up, it kind of screws with the depth perception of the camera. So normally you would see all the backgrounds very clearly here, but you know, because we messed with it, everything looks kind of very blurry at the moment.
Karina taking over.
So I'm sorry about that, but in the name of speedrunning, we had to take our glasses off. And it's faster to run without glasses, also safer. It's just extra weight that you put on your body. You don't want that? Not when you want to go fast?
How are you feeling, Ramco?
Once we defeat the Benevodon, this place will go back to normal. I know it.
Time to get to work. Let's use this path. What? I'll be taking this. What?
And normally you would see the mountain properly here and how far it stretches into the sky, but it's all a bit blurry at the moment. This is the last fight before the boss, so again, using that to refill our elemental vest. I actually got it, okay, cool.
Come on.
Leave it to me.
Make another safety save here because we have a boss fight. Which will be against Besseroth, the Benevodon of Wind. And I guess you can kind of see where this is going.
It's... How dare you knock Ramco out the sky, you jerk!
You're in for it now, Besseroth.
The wind will die down if we stop his wings.
Nice. Good fight.
Limit their movements with the Luna Globe. Oh.
Alright, 4 Benevodons down, 4 to go. Next up, water.
So, Karina, who is Shiryu exactly?
He's someone who's always had my back. One of my best friends.
Finally, a straight answer. I was hoping. Going to check on Illistana? Hopefully get...
This is actually where we will upgrade quite a few people's equipment because, you know, it's been a while since we've actually bought new weapons.
Welcome.
So we are starting to definitely fall behind the curve here.
Much appreciated.
And we have a bit of money to spend.
Much appreciated. Will that be all? Much appreciated.
Will that be all? Much appreciated. Thank you for coming.
And then we also go to Nicolo's Imperium and trade in some of the core stones that we have been schlepping around the whole place for untold hours at this point.
Welcome.
First of all, though, we're gonna buy more medicinal herbs, more cups of wishes, which are revival items, and then put everything into honey. And then we're gonna get this one. We're gonna turn in this one. And then we are getting the Strength Sigil Plus, critical rate boost, 2 critical damage, and a special attack.
Please come again.
Then we'll actually go ahead and make our way into the palace.
Use the meridian to travel.
Now, this is technically the first time that we as the players see the inside of the palace, because previously Val, because he wasn't an Alm, he was only the Soul God, wasn't allowed into the palace unless, you know, Palomina expressly invited him into it, as we saw in one of the cutscenes, but we never really saw the inside of the palace, right? And now we get to explore. And now we also get to do one of the most, well, precarious skips in the run, let's say. If you pull it off first try, it saves about 10 seconds, so it's not at the end of the world, but it is very finicky to do. Because we will climb this Undine statue here. Yep, I already failed it. And again, though. There's some very weird hitboxes here for everything. Oh, God. At this point, I'm starting to lose time, but I just want to show it off now. Climb the trident here. And now we jump onto the bridge. Maybe not. This is the first time that I failed that part of the jump. Oh, come on. I had it. Okay. Well, let's screw this. So we take the walk of shame. Oh, that is not fun. I have never failed it as soon as I was up all the way on top of the trident there. But yeah, this is basically the walk of shame if you failed it. As you can see, there's the trident. So we would have made that jump, we would have been up here, we wouldn't have to walk around all that way there. Again, if you do it perfectly, it saves about 10 seconds. So you usually try it like once or twice, and if you fail, you just, you know, walk the normal way. It's not a big thing, but, you know, it is time safe, so why not try it?
We gotta find out what's wrong. Going to the...
Yeah, that's the thing, like... I think what kind of happened is, like, if you look at Gareth, right, which the Benevolent of Earth, the first one you fight, it kind of sets a weird precedent for all the other Benevolents after that, because Gareth, like, has actual mechanics with the boat and everything. And because he's like this huge monster, right? And then the other Benevolents are more or less just quote-unquote normal fights on foot. So it feels a bit weird to have it that way around. Like, I mean, I get it that they absolutely wanted to wow you with the first one that you fight, right? But the other ones after that definitely feel less impressive because of it. Oh, come on! How am I failing that jump? Okay. Walk of shame number 2. I got on top perfectly and then missed the last part. I have never failed that last jump before. Back to practice we go.
Grizzly!
I guess you have to ask Madeline for a redo of Final Fantasy IX. I'm sure she will do one soon on her channel, right?
So first we go past Critter Ridge to the Luca ruins.
Yeah, or we just use the Meridian Val. That also works.
Then we need to go further in.
Yeah, we have to go back to Luca Ruins where we were earlier.
Ruins.
Because there's actually more to it than what we had seen so far. But first we're gonna go ahead and equip all that stuff that we picked up earlier. Oh. Oh no. I forgot to pick something up. Oops. In Norway, we should be able to equip 2 more here. Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
I guess we just go the way we did last time, right?
Yes, the under temple should be further along our usual route.
Hmm. Come on, Karina.
Excuse me.
Oh my god. Is that enough? Oh, it actually is enough. Okay, never mind.
What's his deal?
He was a militant magistrate who managed to make his escape before
Yeah, back we were in the Puzzle Gene Tome Spire. I was supposed to pick up another expansion for Morley, but I think I kind of blanked on it.
Jeepers, where are these monsters?
I mean, it doesn't matter too much for now because for the boss fights we're using the Shadeside Shredder anyway. There are definitely fights, well, technically like this one, where I would like to have it. I'm just trying to figure out if and when I could go back there to pick it up. Or how much difference it actually makes if we didn't have it.
Keep them covered. Keep them covered. Sit back and enjoy the road.
Like, it really only should make a difference in the final fight, I think.
Keep them covered. I need you.
Dilemma. Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking about how to salvage that. Or, because there are more items like that that you can pick up at other points. Also, why are you still alive? Like any of you.
Enjoy the road.
Not already because of the reduced damage that Molly deals, is it?
Remind me to find.
Because if it is, oh boy. Alright, we'll solve it later. But yeah, you can't warp to this Meridian until you have done this elevator fight again for some reason. They really want you to go down that elevator again. So now we are in the underwater temple. Because you've seen this huge gaping hole there in the background, like the first time we were here fighting Full Metal Hugger. But at that point, there was no reason to come here, I guess.
Peaceful
Oh,
is
there's.
right. Undine's got a nice little place here.
Karina, I don't think peaceful means what you think it means.
Hey, leave me alone, okay? Did people used to live around here back in the day?
Dunno. Doesn't exactly look hospitable, if you know what I mean.
It could have been used as a place to pray or train.
We can certainly explore to find out more.
Are you worried about Ian's health, Aeshmah?
Quite. I am concerned that I made his current burden too cumbersome.
Just know that Ian doesn't feel...
You said that people used to come pray at the Luca ruins, right? Do you think they came down here too?
Indeed. There are many texts that suggest just such a school of thought. Now I understand.
Okay, upcoming
why
is
people would wish to worship
probably my
the
least
Undertaker
favorite
too.
boss fight.
I'll deal with this.
Leave it to me. I think a break is in order.
Like, this fight goes wrong more often than not on my runs. So we will see how this goes this time.
Using this.
Simply because I never seem to be able to do the Shadeside Shredder correctly against him. At least on the first go.
Please, we must have
It usually takes him like 4 or 5 tries for some reason with this guy.
Take it down if it stands in our way.
Then we fight.
Like I said... Alright. I guess he is low enough that we can just finish the fight normally, but... Obviously not preferred. No? But you can kind of see how long these fights can take if you had to do, you know, the whole fight the normal way instead of using the Shadeside Shredder at that point.
Was that our second brush with a giant squid monster?
You're right. There was that time on the Prim too. It was squiddy, right?
I have never seen a more squiddish squid.
Something wrong, Palomina? You look pensive.
Oh dear, do I look lost in thought? Forgive me, I am fine.
Can I refill our EB again?
She's trying too hard
Nope.
too.
Already full, that is good.
It feels like every time I see
Because we
Nico,
already have the
he's
next
got a
boss
pep talk
just
ready.
lined up over here.
Has always been an optimist. I wish more of that had rubbed off on me.
I believe this spot is more spacious than the others. Have we reached the further...
Doing another safety save.
steps?
Looks kind of suspicious. What do you think, Val?
And then it's off to
Yeah,
Gandoom,
I think we should be
the
careful
benevolent
from
of
here
water.
on out.
Let's see if we can one-shot him.
Let's do our best.
Yeah, that glitch can also happen quite easily. I've had that happen during my speedrun attempt as well, where 2 of the characters just get locked outside of the arena for no apparent reason. And then you're just inside there and you suffer. Ooh, done. Easy every time.
Mimic their movements with the Luna Globe.
Hey, you.
Okay, I should probably say that the damage that you deal with the elemental breaks is dependent on, I think it's a combination of your physical and magical attack power.
To the palace.
So a high level or, you know, good equipment actually matters for that. You actually deal more damage, which, you know, makes it easier if you don't hit like the perfect timing with it to make up the damage difference. Which is why we bought the new equipment for everybody. But technically it only really matters on Jule, but yeah, you know.
One should always honor their promises. I will return.
Alright, 5 down, 3 to go. Next up, Moon.
Tormarni was sealed near the moonlit parish.
The funny thing with Moon is, because, you know, the Benevolent of the Moon is going crazy around this area.
Let's talk to Milpa.
Everybody's going crazy right now.
Milpa.
Like, if you listen to them talk, they've all completely lost it, basically.
In this place. Hopefully rest will help.
The only ones that are immune to it are Morley and Val, because, you know, they are the alms of the moon.
Here.
And light. So basically their elemental affinity shield them against ailments of the mind. If you listen to the dialogues here, it's pretty funny. We'll get a couple of snippets of it when we make it our way through the next dungeon.
The castle was past the north gate. Where to next?
Yeah, I suppose the enemies there, depending on which difficulty you play on, obviously will well, make the enemies quite a bit tankier. So if you're playing on console, it might not be as easy or as convenient to shred them like that. But you can at least use it to, you know, get down their HP quite a bit.
How easily the heart is swayed. This is harder than I thought.
Don't worry. Someone somewhere will come along and take care of all this.
Uh-huh. But that someone happens to be us, Karina.
Yeah, this castle is like kinda lost to time, as you could probably see. So we have to use the lunar globe at certain points, switch between timelines in order to progress.
Pretty please. I want to spin it.
Your mood swings make my head spin.
Don't mind if I do.
The tricky thing in this dungeon in particular is actually figuring out how to refill your elemental gauge. Because what we usually do is we get into a fight, just drop down the moon globe, and then leave, because that still gives us a lot of elemental power. The problem is, because we are in the moon dungeon, if you will, a lot of the enemies around here are immune to moon magic. So they actually don't give us any elemental power when we use it on them. So you either get very little out of it, or you just have to do it repeatedly to fill it up.
I'm frightened. Can we go home, please?
It's okay.
A jump when we can just fly over with Rampo's hell?
You think Flammy's the answer?
No way! My little Ramco deserves better than this cramped castle. Get your own sacred beast.
Oops.
You were the one who suggested it in the first place, Nice.
Wow, the castle is so big and pretty.
It was built at the same time that the parish was founded. It was also around when the lunar sandglass was first made. Was it very
I guess we just have to use this fight here.
The person who made all these things must be so cool.
perfect? The
Okay.
is full of mana.
Already got it. Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Bears will love this. Show us the wonders of mana. Time is flowing unnaturally. Rise!
Phew, it worked. And we even...
Morley, you are not going at this mission with enough enthusiasm.
Come now, enunciate.
Onward!
A flimsy attempt, of course.
Palomina just bossing everybody around. Which is very unusual for her.
Understood.
This is another unskippable cutscene for some reason.
Cake. What a bunch of small fry wakelings.
Like, I can see the Japanese version being faster in this instance.
You'll jinx the whole thing for us.
Where they go through the dialogue a little bit faster, but
Woo-wee, touchy much?
it's pretty
Got
minuscule.
a kink in your tail about something, Mr. Grumpy Pants? Want to share with the class?
Grumpy, what?
Calm down, Morley. It's the Benevodon talking, remember?
Also, how do they survive that?
Why didn't I foresee this? Help!
So coming up is one of the more infamous boss fights in this game, Vampire. Like, a lot of people have problems against this first time around. But he's also Darkness Elemental, so he is immune against the Shadeside Shredder, so you have to fight him normally. Problem with this guy is he puts your characters to sleep, and then, you know, because he's a vampire, sucks on them, which actually regenerates his HP. So very unpleasant. I keep forgetting he's immune against that.
Finally starting to come around.
Tired already? This comes the whip.
How is this funny to you?
Stay cool, Morley. Don't lose your head.
Thanks. Bravo.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that we're missing damage on Morley. Like, seeing how it went, it wasn't a terrible fight, but yeah, I should really see that we go back and grab that item for him. Otherwise, he might actually not necessarily be in trouble for the last couple of boss fights, but definitely makes them more grindy, I guess.
Alms, how have you fared?
Physically,
His name is
we
Buffy.
are
You know
fine.
what? Fair enough.
Mentally, don't make me answer.
I think that's what it
that.
was called in the Japanese version, wasn't it?
You mustn't joke. You and the Alm of Life
Oh, so this is another
are the only
unskippable
ones who can
cutscene.
endure this psychological test of wills. You are nearly
Buffy
to
the
a moment.
Slain Vampire.
I pray to the
That's a good
goddess
one.
to steal your
That's a good
hearts
one.
and fortify your minds for the battle ahead.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Tread carefully, everyone.
Can the Luna Globe fix something as big as this?
I will lend you all my power.
Also, Jule is about to have a bit of an existential crisis after this cutscene.
Doing so will provide you with footholds to get to Tor Marni.
Oh man, you want us to climb the rubble? Easy for you to say, Luna. You can float. What are we supposed to do?
Come on, Jule. It's not that bad. Luna said we're nearly to the Benevodon. Don't give up now.
Curious. I have never seen Jule's resolve so fragile. Do not fret. Everyone will be back to normal once the Benevodon is dealt with.
any of this real? What is reality? Does doubt exist in order to make us question the truth?
I'm questioning everything right now. Ignore Jule and just go.
But yeah, chat, does doubt make us... does doubt just exist to make us question the truth?
Nice.
What's your take on that?
Come on.
That was a very weird camera move.
Leave it to me. Huh? I think
Another boss fight coming up, so making another safety save. But y'all know where this is going by now.
So, tell me why it's all just like me. Aww, look at that adorable face.
This is for everything this monster has put me through.
The inside of its mouth looks like it glows.
Oh, that was a really bad one. I think I completely whiffed that one. You can kind of see like it popped up once and that was it. And that is how the ability usually works, you know, if we don't stretch it out. With the, I guess, time dilation, party swapping or whatever. Like it deals basically no damage at all.
Everything this monster has put me through.
Its tongue is glowing.
Oh. I'm not getting the timing right now. But you can kind of see it can be really finicky. You know, another thing that I don't think I've mentioned before is when you do it, you kind of want to try and have your characters as far apart as you can in the arena, just so that the switch between characters takes a little bit longer and it slows down the game even more. So you can have that damaging effect exist for longer, I suppose.
Everything this monster has put me through. The mouth, it's closed.
There we go. So yeah, believe it or not, it is quite tricky to pull off. It is not free at all. Then again, it's easier on PC. Like on PC, it deals even more damage. Because, you know, higher frame rate, it deals damage per frame, so you just deal more damage. So it's very tricky to pull this off on console, actually.
All of this was a Benevodon's doing.
That was some trip, huh?
Alright. 6 down, 2 to go.
I'm just
But we don't have access to the last one yet, so the only one remaining for us at the moment is the Wood Benevodon. So let's check on the Sproutlings. Doubt the frog saw that coming. Yep. He was absolutely caught unawares.
If there are any clues about that Benevodon.
Didn't Doom have the same glitch? Oh, I think there was something with the BFG, wasn't there?
Oh my!
Because of the way the BFG is programmed to deal damage.
Trent will definitely be by the entrance to the sanctuary. Here's hoping he has some information on Flora.
Here we learn that Floret, the Benevodon of Wood, has been to Verdia's burrow and eaten all the Sproutlings. Obviously we can't have that. So we now ask Trent if he knows where Floret went. The problem is that he suffers from some tree blight at the moment.
Friend in Lagrazzo can help.
It pains me to admit it, but we can always count on...
Yes, I do have ideas, Polly. Please and thank you. But I think this is also where I will use the time to make a quick detour and pick up that item that I missed earlier. Because we're going to Lagrazzo anyway. So yeah. It's an unfortunate detour, but yeah, I just completely forgot to pick up that item. I'm not necessarily sure if it's still faster to just ignore it from this one onward, but I also don't necessarily want to find out. If I'm completely honest.
Get a move on. Here I go. Watch out.
Because it's also not that big of a detour. Because that's literally in this treasure chest. That's like right on the way. I just completely passed it by last time. Okay, what are we missing? Critical damage and the strength show. Yeah. Okay.
This will get us where we need to be in a jiffy.
As we were.
Let's use the meridian to travel.
Definitely the first time that I forgot to open the treasure chest, not gonna lie. Oop.
What an unexpected visit. We have selectively bred this.
But yeah, as it just so happens, the exact thing that we need to cure...
Gotta get this back to Trent.
Thank you, Val. The exact cure that we need for the tree blight that is affecting Trent is here on Lograzzo. How convenient. Where is the Doom and Visions of Mana crossover that we all need in our life? Animal Crossing got one. Why can't we have one? Oops.
The ground looks so small from up.
Yeah, Trent tells us of the floating Isle of Ulul.
Floating Isle. What are we getting ourselves into this time?
There are too many unknowns. All we can...
Where Florid has gone to, well, breed. Really. The funny thing is this island is always here, but you cannot land on it until you have done this little well, quest line, I guess, that we just did. But yeah, it's definitely a nice place. Also great music, once again. It looks fantastic.
No feathers around here. We should keep going.
Like, it really is a singular place, and somebody should take notes of this.
You're in a good mood, Ramco.
She flew a long way. My guess is she's preening after a job well done.
We have to find some enemies along the way here. Fill up our gauge again. But otherwise, this is a pretty great affair here. The whole area is basically just one big stretch.
It'd be a constant. How singular! I must write down all the details.
Hey.
My bad.
Morley isn't really as bothered by Aesh as he makes it seem, if you ask me.
Are you sure about that, Val? I'm starting to feel he is very bothered by me.
I'll be taking this.
Even though it's just a straight shot, it's still easy to sometimes just lose the way because you always want to go to where that star is. Even though you have to, you know, go left and right.
Are we really the only people who have ever come to this island?
How would anyone else get here? Not everyone has a handy Ramco to fly on.
Then I'll be sure to look at as many things as I can while I'm up here.
So the Benevodons used to live together in peace here?
Back when the flow of mana was freely functioning, yes.
I doubt there was anything peaceful about it. They've never been a friendly bunch.
Look what the cats do. Give them a taste of the vessel's power.
The vessel is filled. We are ready for the boss fight. So this cliff is another one that you can scale with, you know, Karina's upward thrust tech here. I will give it a go or two, and otherwise we'll just use the normal way. Oh no, actually good launch. Alright. Oh mine. Again, this can be very tricky to do.
Guess it's my turn. I think a break is in order.
Boss time. Another quick save. And then we fight the 7th Benevolon for it.
If you think you can hurt my friends, you've got another thing coming. How dare you scare all those sproutlings?
You'll regret making enemies of us.
Well, I say fight, but you know. Nice. Fight, good fight.
Should I employ the Luna Globe here?
So that means there's only one Benevodon remaining, and that one hasn't been sighted yet, but now it has been. And that is going to be Volkibel, the Benevolon of Fire. So we are actually going back to Tiania, Val's hometown, which is the first time we're going back there ever since the game started. So yeah, it's always not that fun for Val to come back home because, you know, he's kind of failed in his duty in a way.
I can scarcely believe my eyes.
Because, you know, Hina has died.
I should talk to the mayor.
But before we get into that, we have a Benevolon to take care of.
Greetings, Val. We rarely... Val, Soul Guard and Arm of...
We are visiting his parents, though, because, you know, Val at this point is a bit lost, and he's basically asking his parents for guidance. And guess what? These are actually supportive parents. Like, I wouldn't say that his father necessarily gives him a pep talk or anything, but he's actually sympathetic as far as he can be, as he understands it, because obviously, you know, he's never been in a position that Val has been in, so he can't, like, properly relate, but he definitely does his best, and it's actually kind of heartwarming to see. Right? Like, imagine a JRPG where the protagonist's parents are still alive and they're actually supportive of his actions and not like the big antagonist of the whole thing or something. Don't see that very often.
This will get us where we need to be in a jiffy.
But yeah, it's volcano time.
forgetting that I'd never bothered to learn to cook.
Even I have never seen such a plentiful meal prepared in so little time. Val's mother makes miracles.
I was focused more on the taste, actually.
Karina, never change.
I'm all rested up and ready to beat some Benevodons into submission.
We are well on our way to finishing with all the Benevodons. This will be our final fight.
Shoutouts to Mike Hager. But the Duffel Volcano has one of my least favorite skips, because obviously we're gonna use Karina again to not go out of bounds, but pass some invisible walls. And I don't understand why they built their invisible walls that high. Like, my god.
You're the most at risk in this place.
It is incredible how high they put those walls. And not in a good way, incredible. But again, nice skybox.
Huh?
Like, that volcano looks really good. In a very menacing kind of way, I suppose.
Magma is striking, but ominous.
But yeah, we have to get up there.
Take care not to be swayed by its
And again, we have to
sapphire
use Karina to try and go over this invisible wall here. That's a bad launch. Nope. Trust me, that wasn't high enough at all. Come on, Karina, you can do better. It's a little better at least. So yeah, we're doing the fans again to go the rest of the height, but it is very finicky. I'm honestly not sure if it's even worth to do this on console. Because the time it takes to do this is just... not sure if it's really worth the effort. Oh my god. Like, sometimes it just doesn't allow you to open the menu fast enough, so you lose a little bit of height again. And you're just fighting with everything here. Oh god, where even am I? Yeah, completely gone the wrong direction. Oh god. I think it was too early. Yep. I'm not getting the height I need. Oh, there we go. Yep. Is that high enough? Okay, oh god, we got it. Jesus. Yeah, I really don't like this one.
I can't live without this thing.
Time to get to work.
Like, theoretically, it's faster to, you know, do the same thing, but go from the other side now. To go back to where we just were, but, yeah, that's like, ugh. No, thank you. Because you saw how long this can take to actually get over that wall, because it's so incredibly high. It's not only the geometry that's on the way, it's like way higher.
Nice.
And the invisible walls are like that high, like all around the game. Or in most places, at least.
Even running on fumes.
Sorry. Again, it's way easier to do this on the PC version.
Well, that's just...
Well, the fun fact, you don't have to use Undine's flask to go through the lava here. Like, it will damage you lightly, but yeah. Be like, what, 20 damage? Oh, but we have like 500 HP, so it's really not that big of an issue to just walk through the lava here.
Where's our next stop?
As you could just use the rocket to go back to, well, the middle point where the game wants us to go, but it is still slightly faster to just walk back to the entrance and walk there. So that is what we do.
We can get through now.
Aha! We can get to the center area now.
With some help from Salamando, we should be able to proceed.
The only relief I get.
I think this is the first time that we actually used the candle on the run, yeah. Normally you would use this candle in Tato Temple a lot, but yeah, since we did the whole going out of bounds with Karina, we never saw that.
Who knows? We might snag something good.
Karina taking over.
So there's another mini-boss here that we could fight. But once again, we will try and circumvent that fight. Because it is actually slightly faster to, well, not fight that guy, even with the Shadeside Shredder. So he is right over there, that big bird. But basically, as long as we don't touch the floor in the arena... Oh, never mind. I went too far in. Let's give this a do-over. Basically, as long as you don't touch like a certain area inside there, the fight won't trigger. So you can just kind of go ahead and scoot around the edges. That should be fine. Oh, come on, man. Now you're just being obnoxious for obnoxious sake. Yeah, I'm giving it one more try to skip it, and after that I guess we just go ahead and fight it. This time it should be fine. Yeah, okay. There we go, that wasn't so bad. We do the same thing here. So we can skip the rocket ride to go down here. We have to do this one though. And then we're off to the last Benevodon.
think a
Another
break is
quick save, just so we don't have to do that again should we fail.
Uh-oh, my leaves will burn to ashes instantly.
Take it down before it can erupt.
Right. This is it, everyone. Come on.
It worked.
Guess it's my...
I think it was too early.
Go for it.
Okay, I guess we just finish the normal way real quick.
Go. Don't hesitate to strike. We have to...
It's definitely faster to do it that way than trying for a second shredder that might also fail. Alright. Yeah, with that we have now defeated all of the 8 Benevolents. And it's back to Tia Neo with us. And this is where, like, I think one of the best scenes in the game happens, where Val now goes to Hina's parents and he, well, tells them what happened, right?
I hope her folks are home.
And obviously he is guilt-stricken by what transpired. And they are still very supportive of him. You know, even despite that he is kind of responsible for the death of their daughter. And he is like so guilt-stricken by it that he's just wishing that somebody would finally make him to be the villain and to like scream at him and whatnot. And it's a very emotional scene. And yeah, you know, it's just kind of nice to see people in a story like this be understanding of the circumstances and what led to everything, and not just, you know, let their emotions like completely overtake them, as you usually see, you know, in stories like these where it's just all played up for drama and whatnot. And I think that's great. I think that's really, really good storytelling, because again, this is a very mature story at the end of the day, despite the cutesy looks of everything.
Self that I'd been missing.
But yeah, you know who we haven't seen in a while? Delphos. Because as it turns out, now that we have gone around and, you know, defeated all the Benevolents, blah blah blah, Delphos has kind of been biding his time, accumulating power, and now we have sensed a power spike.
Delphos has got to be what's causing the disturbance at N20.
And we are about to go and face him again. We just delivered order because oh god. Well, I mean, to be fair, Benevodon. Delphos. I've said Benevodon so much, that's all I can think about now. Delphos still has our core stone. There, y'all remember Entwine Bridge Pass? Oh, that's where we're going. I told you all these areas are coming back for important story reasons. So final boss time? Question mark? Okay, yeah, that's it. So yeah, we can't use this Shadeside Shredder here against him, so we just have to fight him normally.
We won't let you destroy anything, Delphos. Only there was a way to counter it.
Slivers of moonlight.
Crush them.
So this is one of the slightly longer boss fights.
Worthless. Mindless. The intensity of his presence is palpable.
It's getting serious.
No holding back! We will never surrender!
Yeah, he is angry.
You will not vanquish me!
I can still fight.
Keep going!
Here I go!
Feeble, thank you. Nice timing.
Mine now! Don't hesitate to strike!
So the good thing about Molly's attack, I think I've said that before, but it warps you to the enemy. So even if Delphos is warping around like crazy, you can still kinda easily catch up to him. But he also has a second phase.
He's on! And just look at him!
I do not need my arm to destroy the likes of you!
Delphos! This is crazy! You have to stop!
No!
It's almost over!
Stand down, Delphos!
Ridiculous! Could never defeat me!
Yeah, it was an okay fight. But yeah, this was not the final fight just yet, because we still have a whole dungeon to get through, but we are getting very close to the end, so...
Ridiculous! To be brought to my knees.
We probably have about 20 minutes-ish left in the run. If I look at my timer correctly, so we'll be very close to the estimate. Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and inform the runner after this, I guess you could go ahead and do so now. But yeah, it is final dungeon time. And where else would it be than in the Mana Sanctuary? You know, it's true because it rhymes. Also, I kind of forgot to do a menu, I just noticed. Right, no, I can't do that here. You have to go in.
Such suffering in the sanctuary of all.
I was wondering, something was wrong against Delphos, but yeah, but to learn something. Oh, we'll do it now. But yeah, Delphos is now en route to the mana tree to, you know, kill the mana goddess, and obviously we can't have that, so we are also going there. However, his influence has basically distorted the Sanctuary of Mana. Which means we are now in this weird, well, distorted area. Where like time kind of flows weirdly.
Liza did go back to Guju after her,
and we can see all the previous pilgrimages that made it to the mana tree, and like their experiences and what they talk about, and you know why they intended, or why they followed through with the pilgrimage even though knowing what it meant for them. And it kind of gives like a whole new perspective on, you know, what it is that you're actually fighting for at this point. Now we're just going ahead with Karina and, well, to our previous shenanigans. I got the late one. Like sometimes the strike is weirdly delayed and it messes with my timing so much. I can kind of see how late it comes up, but how fast it is when it does. And it really just messes with my timing. You know what? Oh my god. Even an invisible wall here, are you kidding me? I can't get it going at all over here. That is really weird. I was a bit afraid of that. Okay, still. I think we should make it from here. Because the thing is, after you have done 2 air dashes with one character in succession, you start dropping height really fast. However, if you switch your characters again, you kinda still keep around the same level still. You can still save, you know, your height. Next one was born ready? Nice. But yeah, this is basically like a lot of the areas that we have gone through so far already stitched together in, I want to say, more or less a random order. But it's really a nice bookend to the whole story itself. And I just really, again, like the music in here. Like it literally sets, you know, this contemplative and kind of meditative mood, I want to say. I just go back and reminisce on the adventure that you've had so far. Oh. What I don't like about it so much is like these jumping sections, because it's really hard to gauge where in space you are. I've fallen down these platforms so often that I can't even count anymore.
We must keep moving forward to honor the prayers of those who paved the way for our pilgrimage.
Oh, really? Ooh, I didn't know that. What I do know, though, is that there's a lot of boss fights in here. And we can just do this. Oh, come on, Karina. Don't let me down like that. There we go. You can kind of see this wobbly barrier there. But yeah, you can just go over this. However, what you have to keep in mind is that the boss fight arenas themselves are always circular, right? And it extends just slightly outside of this wall. So if you just hug the wall, in order to make, you know, the shortest line, you can get dragged into the boss fight, but then you are on the wrong side of this wall, and you can't really engage in the boss fight. So you're just stuck there forever, basically soft lock, and, well, you have to load a save. Found that out the hard way. Was not fun.
I'll deal with this. Now, we test our strength. Keep them coming. Just one more.
Yeah, we actually have to fight all the enemies around here. There's no way around it. For some reason, it's already mandated. It's only in this area, too.
I should keep this up.
Oh my god.
Keep them coming. On it. Slivers of moonlight.
Almost to the finish line.
Our difference in power is like night and day.
And this one is basically similar.
Karina taking over.
just a bit more of an open area here. Easy peasy. But yeah, all the bosses here are basically remixes of bosses that you fought before. Like the first one was Grablavine that we skipped. This was another Mantis Ant.
He looked every bit a hero back then. The perfect champion.
And then we have another Shreejil and a Galgrog duo.
The more we witness, the more my heart weeps.
Taking another quick safety save here because this out of bounds can be a little bit tricky.
Worry about what we'll see next.
So we're doing this out of bounds to skip a lot of the area, but also the boss fight. Which I'm very much in favor of, because it would be against Shreejil again. You know, the little octopus thingy that we fought in the underwater temple earlier. And I don't like that fight, so I'm very glad that we can skip it. Nope. Even though this skip is like really finicky. But it still saves time over having to do the fight. Oh, good launch. Wait, was that not high enough? Really? Oh, come on, game. Now that is some good hide. Alright. Alright. Oh, mine was a lot of bounds. I forgot. Like I said, the invisible walls in this game are just absolutely everywhere, and they are always very high.
Guess it's my turn.
Time to get to work.
Yeah, sometimes when you switch characters, they start dashing in the other way for some reason. I never quite figured out why that is.
What mysteries lie ahead of us still?
Nothing can pull Ace away from his work. At least there's something we can count on in here.
But what can also sometimes happen is when you switch characters that way, you get switched to where they were standing when you did the switch. Which just can send you back a long way. So switching characters while you're doing all these air dashes is not really a safe option per se. I gotta be mindful of that. But yeah, this is the point where we finally find out what actually happened to Delaforce and what spurred his hatred for the Mana Goddess. Because when he came home after having, you know, defeated all the Benevodons and whatnot, he found out that Cerulia, his love, had been murdered by a thief. And he was basically so driven to despair and hatred that he rescinded the Mana Goddess and basically life as it is. And, yeah, wanted to just end it all.
I'll deal with this.
And that is why he is fighting against the Mana Goddess, even though he was her champion at some point. So yeah, basically he risked his life and his love for humanity, and humanity did nothing else but stab him in the back for it.
Taking this.
It really is a tragic tale. Okay.
My turn.
Penultimate boss. Since this is the distorted sanctuary, of course we are having a fight against Trent, or the distorted Trent as well.
Guess we have to fight.
Since we're intruders, there's nothing for it.
Sorry, Trent. But we have to do this. Get out that elemental. This one's gonna hurt.
Oh god, really? Okay. Alright. Guess we're finishing this all the way.
Hitting harder than before. I think that means we're wearing him down at last.
Here's hoping, but don't let your guard down yet.
Alright, is this one done? And yeah, from here on out, basically the only real thing that is left in our way is the final boss. The same goblins that tried to eat Randy. Close, close.
The mana tree is dead ahead. Let's go.
Alright, it is through the distorted sanctuary. One last thing to do so, which is to refill our elemental break gauge. So I'm just gonna do this real quick. Against these rabbits.
The vessel's full of mana.
Doing one last safety
Let's collect
save.
ourselves before we set off.
And then we have our final fight against Delphos. So time will be when you see you won on the screen at the end of the fight.
This is it. Our last
But
chance.
yeah, depending on how this goes, well, can be a little while. We'll see.
Okay. Let's finish this once and for all.
But yeah, it's definitely grown bigger. But yeah, strategy is basically the same as it was before. The only difference really is that he actually has so much health that he will survive a Shadeside Shredder. Wow, what? Okay, hold your phone. He is still supposed to take damage from that and not just be immune.
Leave it to me.
Alright.
This is it. Our last chance to turn back.
I've never seen that happen before. I mean, I know he switches elements and stuff like that, but I've never seen him just be outright immune to it at the start of the fight. That was weird.
The goddess shall not win. I will rid the world of her once and for all.
He may have been a hero once. We can't let that stop us.
We will defeat you to protect what we hold dear.
There we go. That is better. That is what I want to see. Okay, and from here on out, we first have to, well, get him down to 50% health, which we already have. Okay, cool. So that was the first phase of the fight. And yeah, this is the second phase. So we just have to deplete his health and then the game / the run will be over. So again, time will be called when we see U1 on the screen after shortly after the final hit. But until then, we have a bit of a grueling fight ahead of us. What we basically just want to try and do is, well, whittle his health down as far as we can. But also just basically regain our elemental gauge by using our elemental vessels like that. So it is more or less just a matter of time until we can use a second Shadeside Shredder. And yes, he's basically the only boss where we have to use a second Shadeside Shredder, oh my god, to win the fight. Alright, and then of course we have to hit it. And time. Oh, sorry, that was a bit out of the blue. That was a pretty good Shadeside Shredder at the end there. Okay, before I wrap this up, I will actually go ahead and I want to show you the epilogue of this game because it is great. I think you should all see this because they did a phenomenal job with it, and there's also some things that people don't really understand about it, and I just want to go ahead and clear that up so you can watch the ending yourself when you play the game, because you all should play the game. It is absolutely phenomenal. But I think this epilogue is really important, and I know we've rushed through the story and I've tried to, you know, keep up with it as good as I could on my own over here.
Grandpa Val.
But this.
Val? He has returned to the goddess's side for his final rest.
So this is years and years after the end. You know, Val has grown to old age and he has died of natural causes. And the way they use Grandpa Val here, this is not his family. They are using Grandpa as like an endearing form to describe like an old man living in a village, you know. I think like even in Japanese they just say old man Val or something to that effect. So this is not his family. He never married. He didn't have kids because, you know, he wanted to be together with Hina. So he lived his life alone. And I think that is a misconception that a lot of people thought because they call him Grandpa Val that he actually, you know, married someone and had a whole family. And that's not true. Because again, they use Grandpa as like an endearing form. Because he was the grandpa to the whole village, in a sense.
Aha. I see now.
That because of everything that Val has done, Coda can now finally move on and, you know, disappear or whatever. Because this was basically only Coda's ghost, right? Like, he also died when Delafor struck him down like eons ago. Because Val can now take over as the guardian of the sanctuary. But there's like one more thing that, of course, has to happen here. And that is that Hina has now become the mana goddess. So after all this time, you know, they finally have like their eternity to live out together as the guardian and the mana goddess.
I kept you waiting for so long. Sorry about that. But
yeah, she looks really good as the goddess.
Stories to tell. Now, where to begin?
And I find it maybe a bit weird that she hasn't any spoken lines in this, but whatever. More criticism. But yeah, that was Visions of Mana, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. I was really glad I was able to show this off. For those interested, my PB of this run is a 3 hours, 40 minutes and 5 seconds, if I remember correctly. I mean, we had a bit of fun with it. We watched some cutscenes, we goofed around here and there, so still came in on the estimate. Or pretty close to the estimate. I think that's the best that can happen in a run like this. And yeah, go play this game. I think it's on every system that you can get, like PC, PlayStation. Not sure about Xbox, but I know it's on Switch. But I'm pretty sure it's also on Xbox. Why wouldn't it be? And yeah, if you want to see more of me, I will be back in this very marathon on Saturday as the penultimate runner for the first online event of RPGSU, and I will be running Astra Ascending, another heavily underrated JRPG in my opinion. You should all come around again and watch that. And other than that, yeah, good luck to all the other runners in between and after. Have fun with the event, everybody. And yeah, go ahead, grab a snack, a blanket, a drink, whatever it is you need. Go up and stretch, and stick around for more awesome speedruns right here on this channel. See you soon, everybody. Bye-bye.